This is Lake Maria. Alright, we are at Lake Maria State Park, located in Monticello, Minnesota. Technically, it's kind of sandwiched between Silver Creek, Maple Lake, and Monticello. But the address for here will have the city listed as Monticello. Now, our objective for today is to scout all of the reservable camp spots at this state park. So there is a lot of backpack campsites, there's a few camper cabins, and there's a couple group camps. We're going to start off by scouting the northern portion of the park, and throughout this entire scout we're going to try to hit all the backpack sites in numerical order, and along the way, in a practical manner, we're going to touch on the camper cabins and the group camps as we encounter them. So later on, when we scout the southern portion of the park, we're going to be taking, well, from facing now, we're going to be taking a left here and parking in that vicinity. That will be later on. Now the parking for where I was intending to go for this planned scout is beyond this barrier, but I knew that there was a possibility that this barrier was going to be here, so I got a backup plan as far as our scout goes. And I'm still going to be able to show you where you would park generally for the group camps and the majority of the backpack campsites in the northern portion of the park. All right, let's go. This is probably going to be a longer scout, so I got a bit of gear, kind of going with the standard Rush 511-24, and a full tank tactical chest rig. Got some rain over gear, a little bit of food. Now where we just parked is an ideal parking spot for backpack site number 6. And we are going to be walking past that, but because I want to hit the backpack sites in numerical order, we're going to just walk past that for now. scout all the sites that we're going to scout on the north end. And then when we make our way back, we're going to take a look at backpack site 6 and then head back to the vehicle. And then once we get back in the vehicle, head on over to that parking area closer towards the southern portion of the park that I called out just a moment ago on the way in here. So Lake Maria, it is pronounced Lake Maria. I called it Lake Maria for a long time, but I read some literature during a hike, one of the interpretive literatures, and it said pronounced Lake Maria, even though it doesn't end with an H, which I think would be a requirement for that pronunciation. But Lake Maria is in Monticello, Minnesota, which is in Wright County, W-R-I-G-H-T County. And this park was established in 1963. One of the cool things about this state park, it's kind of one of the rarer state parks in regard to camping, because the majority of its campsites are backpack sites. There are no drive-in sites. There's a couple group camps and a few camper cabins. So here, this is the intersection where we're going to take a right and pop on this trail. So as you can see, this trail will take you to camper cabin 1, backpack sites 1, 2, 3, and 6. And this is the Anderson Hill Loop. I did have a lot of coffee on the way here, so I'm just going to borrow the latrine here at backpack site 6 real quick, and I'll cut back in a moment. Alright, not too bad. So we'll touch on this site here when we make our way back. So to make sure we hit things in a timely fashion, our goal is to kind of, once we get to a site or a camp spot, whether it be a backpack site, a group camp, or a camper cabin, once we enter that site, we have a 20-minute time period or a goal where we have to get to the next site. So we're going to want to have about 5 minutes to look around the site, check it out, and another 15 minutes to travel to the next one. And the main reason for that goal is, as of yesterday, a lot of people started reserving campsites for tonight. So nothing except possibly the camper cabins should be reserved right now. And 4 p.m. is when the reservations start for about 5 other sites. And one of them is the very last site we plan to scout. So if we can wrap things up before 1400, we should be golden. There is a lot of precipitation for tonight, in the weather forecast, which would turn into snow early in the morning tomorrow. So given that being the forecast, the fact that there have been so many reservations popping up, I'm thinking these are individuals who know what they're doing, they know how to camp, they know how to rough it, they have experience. So that being said, there is the possibility that they will inhabit their sites earlier than 4 p.m. So I'm thinking 2 p.m. should keep us in the safe zone. And 2 p.m. is 1400. So from where we parked, we are approaching the C intersection. Now at this C intersection, if we take a left, we will head in the vicinity of where I was intending to park for the scout of these northern sites here at this park. And also the 2 group camps are over there as well. Given we're on a plan B scenario here with the parking that was barricaded, we're actually going to be taking a right at the C intersection. And then we'll be on our regularly scheduled planned scout at that point, with some mild deviations in the trails we're going to take. But if you do need to park where we parked for any of these sites that we're going to see here, this is the trail that you would take, of course. And we're going to see pretty much every trail from pretty much every parking option. There is another parking option far off in the western that's kind of ideal for backpack site 5. I have a Lake Maria State Park camp video that I did last year. It's pretty long, it's 8 hours, but it shows you that where I park over in that area. I suppose it's not the ideal place to park for that campsite, but it worked out very well. So you can see that parking area in that camp video. So when we come back, when we finish the hike, I'm pretty sure we're going to be coming from this direction when we finish the northern scout here. And then we're going to pop back on this trail, check out 6, and then go to the vehicle and head on over to the southern, more southern portion. Do you see? So right now we're going to go up here, up to B1, backtrack a little, B2, backtrack B3, then go around to C1, hit D, come down, check out the group camps. I'll show you that parking area we intended to park at, backtrack a little, go up Big Woods Loop here to B4, go around towards G, C2, B5. Then we're going to head back, and we're actually going to walk on that road, more than likely. No, this is the road, yeah, we were going to take. That was we were barricaded back here. Right here is the barricade. So we're going to go over this road, so you'll see that as well. The only road you're not going to see here is the road from here to up here. So be advised, it's a very mild mystery, given all this information you're going to be privy to after this experience. I think you'll be okay. It's supposed to be a cloudy day, and it was up until the sun started popping up. So we'll see. It might be a little bit of sun, a little cloud. Precipitation is unlikely. So we do have really good cell signal at this point in the park, at this location. Spring is beginning to sprung. You kind of sense that the creatures of the big woods here, the last remnant of the big woods here, are getting a little pumped up. A lot of good energy here. So actually veered off in the wrong direction here. So we actually didn't want to go a hard right. We actually wanted to go straight a little. So this backtrack is going to add about 3 minutes to the planned scout. This is exactly what I was looking to avoid. This is also something that you would be looking to avoid during your trip here. So it's nice to kind of learn from this in a relatively convenient and relaxing way, depending on your circumstance. I'm guessing this entire ordeal is going to be about 11 to 12 miles. Okay, so we veered off here. We were supposed to go this way. I'll just take this courtesy cut through here. That actually is part of the trail. It's not a courtesy cut through. Okay, so now we are back on track. The trail would have went over the road we crossed and down to the southern portion of the park. Looks like we're back on track here. I'm really glad I prepared for the backup plan if the parking was barricaded. That barricade though, it was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. But as far as locations for barricades go, that's a prime spot because you got that little parking area right there. If there was a lot of snowfall on the ground, there would be the risk of groomed ski trails here. You can't walk on them. It's illegal. All right, we are closing in on the B intersection. B as in boy, or booyah. So it is initially starting off here. It is a little bit of time before we start getting to the sites. A little hike in. But throughout this scout, specifically in the southern portion of the state park, a lot of the campsites are pretty close to each other. Some are within seconds, some are within minutes. But these ones in the northern part of the park are more spaced out. So if you like privacy, the northern backpack sites of the state park, I would recommend. So yeah, group 1 and group 2 is that way, as I called out earlier. Once we finish scouting these backpack sites, we're going to take a look at those in that parking area over there. B. May 1st to November 1st. So this portion is an example of what would be closed off this time of year, or the colder months. There is no snow. I still wouldn't want to encounter any park staff. There's just the possibility of the awkward interaction. Wow. Thursday. So just looking at this now, okay, the other day's gone. I'm just looking at the reservations. So there's 12 available sites, 12 available backpack sites specifically. That means 5 of them have been reserved. Sites 13, 17, 10, 1, and 6. So being that site 1 is reserved, that's kind of what I wanted to see. It's a little strange, because we're outside of the time frame of when you can reserve it. So I'm thinking the park staff made an exception ad hoc, given that there's no snow around here. So you may be able to reserve these sites outside of that date range that it called out on that post earlier. Here's site 2. We're going to come back to that after we see 1 and backtrack this way. There's some deer prints in the mud. Here we go. So this is as far as we're going to go on this trail in this direction. If you continue this way, there's a steep hill, an outlook, and then you head back towards the ranger station on that trail. That's one of the first trails I ever hiked here several years ago. Okay. Backpack site number 1. Let's take a look. 723. Let's try to track my progress with each one if I can remember. I'm just trying to stay calm so I can stay focused and control my breathing and sniffles and jiggliness of the camera. Okay, so the latrine is this way, obviously. We're going to take a look at that on our way out. It's pretty far out there though from the site. Got some cool swans in the distance over here. So if you got a pulk or your own cart, this is an obstacle. I guess that's kind of a does statement, but if you're not thinking about it, it's a good call out. Just be cognizant of that as we're hiking around and going in and out of the sites. Make sure the trails are open. There's a good chance it'll be different when you get here anyways, if you do come here. This is a reasonable uphill climb here. Really nice view. Another good thing about this time of year, one that a lot of the sites aren't reserved, which is rare, but it kind of got a wire frame. There's nothing, no foliage or anything has grown in yet, so you can kind of get a clear view. Making those swans nervous. And this site, based on what I've kind of observed, seems to be a real popular one. I'm tempted to stop and just look at the view, but I got to stay focused on the time. A little more uphill. And here we are, backpack site number 1 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Oh, I like it. This is a phenomenal site. Oh wow. So this back here looks like a really good tent area. Although me personally, I would prefer it if the latrine was over in here instead of way over there. Wow. So video footage is obviously a litany of many photos strung together simultaneously. So you're literally getting hundreds, if not thousands, of photos of this site right now. You are welcome. If this helps you out, please let me know. I'd appreciate it. It would mean a lot to me. This is where I would put my tent. It's not really slanty right here, a little here, but right here, this is just perfect. Not a big fan of the sand because that kind of makes a mess and gets in the tent and everything, but that's fine. Wow. So I do think I see a camper cabin in the distance. Backpack Cipher-Tu looks like is right there. So you're not totally isolated here. That is the catch. Who will your neighbors be at 2? Who will they be? Hopefully it'll be those swans. Wow. But the whole site is kind of on a slant though. In the living room area, essentially. But I really like this site. Got a bear locker over here. A little bit of foraged wood. I didn't see or find out whether or not that's allowed. Bringing your own wood in here though would be an effort. You might want to have a cart, your own cart, or ruck your wood in like I do. Or if it's winter, you can use a sled or a poke, but they close this off when there's snow on the ground, so that's probably not going to be an option. And I don't see a little casing to house firewood as a courtesy. If I stop to try to read the site to see if there's firewood allowed at this moment in time, it's going to pull me back from my time goal. And this is a ambitious venture to tackle all these camp spots at this state park. So we got to keep it moving. A little bit of hill here going back. It's important depending on how much gear you have. I like how those swans are just kind of hanging out. They're kind of looking at me the same way I look at a neighboring campsite when it's begun to be inhabited by the people who reserved it. Kind of this trepidatious, anxious uncertainty. I've done a lot of camping over the last several years, so I've had a wide mixture, a wide range, different scenarios and different camp neighbors. Sometimes it can be extraordinarily brutal, and sometimes it can be like they're not even there. So this is a long walk to the latrine. Out of all the backpack sites I've seen at this state park in person so far, this is probably 3 to 4 times longer than any of the other ones from the main campsite to the latrine. It's very far. Might even be a quarter mile. So to use the latrine and come back, that might be a half mile. So you better drink your beverages, schedule the usage of the latrine. You don't want to be in a scenario where you got to get to it right away from your tent over there. You don't want to be pushed to the level where you're tempted to just swim across here, watercraft your way into the latrine. I never thought I'd even say that, and now that I think about it, this looks like it is probably a shared latrine. This is a shared latrine with the other backpack site number 2. So for the sake of practicality and convenience, and to compensate for the time we lost earlier backtracking a little, we're going to hit backpack site number 2. We're going to hit backpack site number 2 from the back door. Not bad. Not bad at all. So this is kind of the standard latrine at Lake Maria State Park. There's no toilet paper. There may or may not be a bucket. Sometimes they have that holds in toilet paper, but from what I've seen, it's always just been this. But you have this awesome structure. The problem with this structure is when you shut the door, this is like right on your back here. And bees and spiders love to kind of be in here. So to have your back this close to the wall here, yeah, don't be shocked if something crawls on your shoulder, or when you're heading back to your campsite to relax and out of nowhere something starts crawling up your neck. That is to creep you out a little as a joke. However, it is very probable. Let's say highly probable. Wouldn't you? Okay. So let me just verify with the map here. The Avenza Maps app. We are in backpack site number 2. Whew. I got a feeling it's going to be a good year. So this is backpack site number 2 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. You can see backpack site 1, and sound does travel across water fairly well. Wonder what this is all about. Maybe they do house wood as a courtesy here. Possible. Widowmaker watch. Whenever I look up, I'm looking to see if there's any branches ready to fall. So this is probably one of those glacial lakes or ponds scattered throughout the park, or peppered throughout the park. That flows better with the peas. So it looks like the camping for the tent would be in the main area here, the living room essentially. Maybe over in there. That looks like a popular area. Maybe back there. Right in here. You really don't want to camp in the entry of the latrine, the path of the latrine, but it looks like it wouldn't be a big deal. In here, it's like pretty much everyone who comes here just goes right down here and takes a look. Yeah. But we took a shortcut, so we got time to go in here. Wow. You might even put your tent here, which I would not recommend. Your life might be at risk. However, if you know what you're doing and you're not scared of snakes or something coming out of the water at night with one eye. Pretty awesome. Camper cabin up there. That's one of the cabins we're going to check out soon. Looks like we have possibly a latrine over here. And I think backpack site 3 is right there. I think I see the bear locker. So at site 2, you're kind of sandwiched between 1 and 3 over here, and the camper cabin in the distance. Wow. Yeah, there's a nice shade here. Oops, I forgot to hit the clock. Try to remind me, guys. So far, so good. Even for getting there, we're still 5 minutes ahead. So this site is it's a winner because of the sandwich of the neighbors, though. I would be leery of it personally. And site 1 has a better spot for the tent, but the whole site is flatter and a little bit more spacious as well. And now we know the reason why the latrine is way over here is because it's a shared latrine between site 2 and site 1, and it is extraordinarily closer to site 2, as we just saw. So that being said, you will have the convenience of having it close if you're at site 2, but you also may have the possible inconvenience of the residents at site 1 leveraging it. Given its distance, though, they're probably going to mitigate how many trips they take to and from it. And this is the path into site 2 right here. So I've never seen a memorial bench on the path to and from a specific trail. I immediately thought of Art Bell when I saw that. Hope you're traveling well, Robert Bell. Travel well. Hopefully you're someone I would have liked and related to. Don't want to just hand out my kindness to anybody. Okay. This is an uphill here, obviously. Okay. In through the outdoor. Raspberry Beret prints. Alright, there you go. Now you know. And again, these sites are allegedly closed off. In the winter time. Don't tell nobody, but technically this park isn't open until 8 a.m. The ranger station is closed for the season, however, and I'm pretty sure the county sheriff is too busy out there kicking butt. Okay, so we're back on the trail we came in from. It's one of those moments where we do a little bit of backtracking. Not for long, thankfully. I've learned when I edit, I do a lot of annoying things from my perspective. So I'm gonna try to Mitigate the rhetoric, mitigate being a funny boy, try to prevent myself from constantly touching the camera too often. So I'm trying to ensure it's not wobbling. I get paranoid over that. I'm gonna try to mitigate my sniffles and my breathing, try to keep that down. You know, it's almost impossible to breathe through my nose. Still possible. There we go. Oh wow, didn't expect that. So we got some humans out here. I'm gonna blow my nose. Morning. Okay, so I'm not the only one guilty. All right, so that's a success. Blew the nose. Said good morning to someone on Good Friday. For what it's worth, yesterday was a good Thursday as well. I'd actually say it was great. So we're going to continue on this trail this way now and take a look at backpack site number 3 and then off to the camper cabin. I didn't expect to see anybody here, so when I looked, I did one of those awkward double takes, like I was guilty of doing something wrong. All right, here we are, backpack site number 3. It's a really nice wind current. It's working just perfectly. So it looks like there is their own latrine here, and it's right by the campsite. So this is ideal from my perspective. This is backpack site number 3 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Let's take a look at that on the way out. But for me personally, this is ideal. Right here, right there. No creepy walk to the latrine. A lot of times, a lot of the backpack sites here, there is a little creepy walk to the latrine from the sites. But this is the first one I've seen that's the latrine is right there. So there is no creeper value at all using the latrine at night here. They just reminded me to hit the timer because you didn't. There we go. Doing good. So this is pretty open here. A lot of use. I like how this became like a chair. I would be leery of. I've seen a really big spider and millipedes on trees at night. At night, I probably wouldn't want to sit here. So this one is pretty quaint. And there is a downward hill in, so going out, you're going to be an uphill, which would be better when you leave to go uphill rather than when you're coming in to go up a hill, because you're usually going to have less gear when you're leaving. If you consume stuff, a lot of what you consume will be left in the latrine, obviously, which probably goes without saying. But I want to wean off of being a funny boy. I don't want to just do it cold turkey. lot of this will be growing in here, so it won't be too practical to go in this area. Down here, I'm not going to go all the way, it's a little steep. There's not much area here. You can go over here as well, off in that spot. I suppose you could put like a fold-up chair over here, maybe two. Yeah, nice view. But backpack site 2. But backpack site 1 is beyond this hump here, so that will be pretty much mitigated. So it's just backpack site 2 in this camper cabin over here that you're between. It's not too bad. Looks good. I'm doing good on time. I'll just look at this real quick. There's a handle inside of here this way, and then you pull like that. Look at that. You got a little bit of birch and you got a little bit of kindling. Whoever did that, you totally rock. All right, very good. And check out the latrine. Not bad. Okay. Okay, so it's not even 8 yet. We are crushing. We got a little bit of a, that's my plan right there. Just gotta make a graphic with icons of where I should be. I hear reverse beeps. There's a vehicle coming through. Yep, there's a vehicle coming through. Okay. Yeah, there's a vehicle down there. Gotta watch my movement. So park staff is here. Still before 8. Looks like they're checking out one of the sites I was just at. I don't want to encounter them because I just don't want to deal with it. That's backpack site 3. They're probably on their way this way. So I'm going to keep moving off to camper cabin 1. Yeah, they're probably gonna make their rounds. So this camper cabin might be reserved. But this is the trail you would take, just continuing on from where we were before we deviated those other backpack sites. If you park where we parked, or even if you parked in that other area by the group camps, which I'll show you when we get to those. Wow, look at all that wood. It's pretty open. Shades are open. I don't think anyone's here. This is camper cabin number 1. At Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Wow, that's a lot of wood. So someone is down at backpack site 1. Okay. So they got there in time. So here's the firewood here. Here's the porch. We're off the lake here. The camper cabin is locked. Pretty standard though. Okay. Alright, so there it is. It's pretty nice. Just the only concern is the potential rowdy backpackers. Wow, look at this one. This one actually has sanitizer and toilet paper. Wow, nice little wooden part here. Push further back from the door. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. It's very good. Camper cabin 1 is pretty nice. All right, next up is the D intersection, which is where we're going to deviate from going straight on this trail, take a detour so I can show you that parking area we initially intended to go for plan A. Then when we backtrack back this way towards this trail, we're going to take a look at the 2 group camps over in that area. Kind of didn't want to have to expend too much energy because I have a lot of caffeine in me and I am dry fasting, or actually a wet fasting. I'm drinking fluids, but I haven't had any solids. But now that I kind of picked up the vibe a little, you're seeing that park official, I'm starting to feel it a little. Oh, another important call out. Now this is reminding me. Earlier, before we got to backpack site 1, right when we got to the entry point, I said, hey, this is where we're going to look at backpack site 1. But if we go straight, there's a steep slope. Kind of over in that area of the park is where I first encountered chaga. Pretty sure it was chaga because that's what the app said. It might not have been. That was pretty cool. So this trail we're taking now is ideally the trail you would take from the main parking area, which is a bigger parking area we're headed towards, to get to everything we just saw so far as the campsites go. The 3 backpack sites in Camper Cabin 1. This is the trail here. Yeah, I don't know if you're allowed as part of your reservation to use that firewood at the camper cabin, or if you need to pay an additional cost for it. Camper cabins are usually like over $50. I think the average is maybe $75. Except Lake Vermilion Sudan Underground Mine State Park. Those are like mini condos on the North Shore overlooking Superior. Those things are awesome as far as their construction and their quality and their modernity, their modernness. Okay, here we go. That's where you veer off to go from the parking. Here's D. We're going to keep it moving. We're going to check this area out, the parking area and the group camps, then head back this way. It does call out back site 6. We're going to save that for the end. Like I said, we're going to come back, go around, check everything out down here, and then come in the other way. Maybe I should do that now and then check out the maybe I should do that now, keep it moving. I think we're gonna pivot. I kind of wanted to show this trail in, but it's not far. We're right by it, and I want to get away from that park staff. So we'll check this out on the way back. We'll hit the parking area from where you drive in, and then come in here and check those out, and then continue on, probably this way, and go back this way. I think we would have to do that. We'll be okay here. So now we're heading in the direction from that parking area where you would go to backpack site 4, and then probably camper cabin 2 and backpack 5. Now I'm really pumped to take a look at backpack site 4, because this is the next one that I kind of said to myself, this is the one I'm probably going to go with the next time I camp here, which might be this year. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So I need to see what this looks like. Now last year I rolled the dice and went with backpack site 5, and I've seen a lot of other sites here at this point now, and backpack site 5 is still my favorite as far as how it looks, the layout, privacy, a little bit of a hike in. So I just kind of want to see if, because backpack site 4 is kind of in a similar vicinity, I want to see if it's similar. You may have water issues here during different times of the year, depending on how wet the season is. So be very cautious of that. I encountered that on the other end during my camp video at backpack site 5 here at this state park, and that I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to cross it. I ended up being able to do so, but I had to be very careful. So it's kind of swampy around here until we start going higher up, obviously. But yeah, I want to see if backpack site 4 is similar to backpack site 5. The first site I ever camped at here is possibly one of the more popular sites, depending on where it's located, and I'll let you know which one that is when we get to it. All right, so it's after 8. So technically we can't get finger wagged at this point. You know, it takes more than 3 minutes to get to where I'm at. All right, 16. Oh, I forgot the lap from Kevin. It's okay, we're only a minute over from what we would have been for our goal. Actually, since I came in earlier, I pivoted the goal to 20 minutes from one site to the next as a goal, kind of an average. We're doing very good. I'd say we're probably maybe 20% completed with the venture. I'd say 15% for sure. Yeah, I was distracted by the park staff. You know, I camped at this state park. I encountered the barred owl and the great horned owl. Pretty much heard them. Didn't really get a good look at them because it was towards nightfall. There's a big chunk in the distance there. Reminds me of when I discovered chaga a while back. Get a better look at that, hopefully. You know, I think backpack site 1 did get reserved because it was reservable, it was green, and given that the park staffer is going out there, they're probably just making sure it's good to go for the reservation later tonight. That starts at 4 p.m. So that being said, what were the other ones? Oh, great. There we go. 13, 17, 10, 1, and 6. Oh, shoot. They might be at 6 when we go to it. Now I'm kind of regretting that I went this way instead of towards... Oh, it doesn't matter. That comes in the end anyways. Okay, good. All right, we're closing in on it. Get to take a look at it in real life. This is backpack site number 4 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Now, this site is very private. A little bit of a downhill getting there, which is perfect. And it is a bit of a path into it from the trail. We're about 25% done with it. Bit of a downhill, yeah. So that's good coming in. It's ideal. There's going to be a hill, downhill in, uphill out if there's going to be a hill. Oop, roots. Watch out for roots. You might be a little tired by the time you get here from the hike-in with your gear, so watch for the roots when you get here. Oh, this is pushed way back. Lots of roots. I think you can camp here in the winter as well. So with the snow, it wouldn't be a big deal. You'd have your pulk probably, hopefully, or your sled. I just don't think you can park in that major parking area that we're going to see in a little bit, that I keep talking about, and I promise we'll look at it. So the latrine is right there. That's what I was hoping for. Similar to 5 and the one we just saw, backpack site 3. And camper cabin 1 for that part is the latrine is right by the site. Maybe not. This one's pushed back a little. It's pushed back a little. Just beyond that bridge is the site. So you will have a little bit of a creepy walk to this latrine, which is kind of the standard for a lot of the sites here. I like this little bridge. Be careful. Little very mild stream, tentative, different times. So you should have a lot of, like in the summer months, there's a lot of striped deer flies that I encountered last summer. They were pretty intense. I think this area here, and it's kind of at Rice Lake State Park as well, which is south of here. So it's really this big woods atmosphere. You're gonna get striped deer flies, probably mosquitoes as well. So this site is remarkable. Wow, this site is remarkable. Probably a relative trail this way, just goes off in the woods. So you might have visitors coming from here, creatures. So from this road here, backpack site 4 is over there. Okay, so across from backpack site 4 over this body of water, there will be this road. And this is going to be a fairly trafficked road, so that might be annoying. It's a little pushed back though. So from 4 though, you're going to see vehicles. When you're looking at the body of water, you're going to see vehicles going back and forth. Looks like a camper cabin in the distance. And backpack site 5 would be over there. Yeah, so we're facing camper cabin number 2. Probably see the white roof from the snow. So it's really marshy here. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier, or depending on the wetness, it can kind of start looking like this, the lower areas. And it can be up to a foot. Your foot will go a foot in sometimes, depending where you step. Wow. So just really, camper cabin 2 is the only risk of human sounds for the most part. Wow. So other than backpack site 5, which we're heading to very soon, this might be the most isolated backpack site from other campsites, generally speaking. So this one is definitely on my docket for consideration in the future if life allows me. I got a feeling there's probably 7 other backpack sites at this state park that fit the criteria as well. So this might be one of my stomping grounds, depending on what life does to me. Not bad at all. Wow, this is awesome. I kind of wish I didn't see it and rolled the dice and went to it, so I would have been absolutely amazed and happy with it when I got to it. So tent pad, tent pad, tent pad, tent pad. Nice low fire pit. A little bit of gathered kindling. Wow. Yeah, I would highly recommend this one. Push back from the latrine. Wow. You know what? This would be a good Halloween one. I already did a Halloween camp here at this state park, and that's at that first site I talked about earlier that I first camped here. I'll tell you that when I get to it. So I don't think I want to repeat a Halloween at the same state park because there's so many options. And usually when you try to recreate something, it doesn't really live up to what it was, because it's nostalgia playing games with your heart. Awesome. Ooh, that's one of them ones I didn't I didn't want to leave. That's a good one. Let's take a look at the latrine real quick. Someone left the lid up. Never good. I'm gonna do some end user testing. So I'll be right back. All right, so without getting too graphic, in testing here, I noticed that now the door is really close. This is kind of standard for a lot of latrines here at the backpack. It's really close. So if you're facing towards it, your back's going to be on it. Additionally, if you need to use TP, there's really no place to set it down. So I stored it up here, and I have my own hand sanitizer, so I had that up here. But there's no like place to put it. And maybe the ground, but I wouldn't advise that because people are going to splash and stuff like that. So yeah, without getting too graphic. So all that in consideration, and the latch to lock it right here, so not bad at all. No struggles with that. And another thing is these lids are extraordinarily loud. Extraordinary, it'll hurt your ears. So be careful of that. Other than that, not too bad. Now, there is one latrine here, and I'll tell you that when we get to it. I'll give you a hint. It's towards the end, where it was in horrible shape, and there's a bee nest, a beehive in there, and a bee tried to sting me on the top of my head. But luckily, the do-rag mitigated the stinger. So just only like 10% of the stinger got in the top of my head, and it wasn't a big deal. Well, that was probably the worst latrine I ever used, and there's just garbage in it. Almost piled to the top, just garbage, like someone like emptied a full trash bag in there, which is probably a mild exaggeration. But I'll tell you that when we get to it. That's a shared latrine between two sites. So this backpack site 4, I forgot to hit the clock again. When I get to a site, I have to hit the clock. So I'm thinking this is the furthest path into a site, to a backpack site from all the backpack sites. Whew, okay. Those uphills are a little steep. And cell signal. We got cell signal here. And we're encroaching in on 8:30, so we're out of the danger zone for being reprimanded for being here too early. Still possible I got some kind of a fee on my vehicle wiper. It's possible. So I said we're definitely 20% completed at this point. Now we're on our way to another camper cabin. This is camper cabin number 2. We're hiking along the Big Woods Loop Trail, and we got it's about a mile hike to our next destination, C2. Or camper cabin 2, and that is right across the road from backpack site number 5, which is a phenomenal site. I'm looking forward to seeing that again. Hopefully it still looks as wonderful as it did when I left it last year. Sometimes there'll be a lot of trees missing, or something will happen, a storm. There's a sign in the distance there, and I'm not sure what that's about. I'm not going to trample on the big woods, or what's left of it, to take a look at it either. There are some roots and rocks, as expected. Might be a little jiggly. Image stabilizer software isn't really that profound on these body cams, and if I use it in editing, I have to zoom in to the point where I can't see any of the timestamp or the GPS coordinates. Otherwise it stretches it out like taffy and makes it look weird. I'm getting better at mitigating the jiggliness. And I do get motion sickness when I used to play first-person video games, first-person shooter video games. I would get motion sickness, and I'd have to put the controller down and recover from it. And that can happen to me when I'm looking at my own footage. Not everybody suffers from that, but you might get motion sickness or seasickness. I'm getting better at keeping things more stable. The dash cam is awesome because it's always just really stable and fixed. But the body cam, and you might even notice that if you've ever seen body cam footage, oftentimes in like police scenarios, it's like real shaky and just rough, and the audio on it is pretty horrible. So I created my own little pop filter with like stick-on Velcro. Kind of put that over the port where sound goes in to help bat down the wind, etc. And that has been a remarkable success. I almost never hear the peaking or the distortion of wind. I'll still hear wind when it's really windy, but I'll never really hear that peaking distortion. And there was a book written, I think his name is Paul Gibson or David Gibson. Yeah, David Gibson. I used to call it the Book of David when I did audio engineering. And one of the first things I learned in audio engineering is you don't want distortion. If you hear distortion, you go to jail, metaphorically. Though there is a distortion as an effect, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when noise is overloading the microphone or the transducer specifically. The device that transforms mechanical energy into electrical energy. The microphone transducer. So a very small level of what I learned from audio engineering I can apply to this stuff. In recent times, and as we're continuing through current times, the entertainment industry, including the music industry, is kind of seems it's transitioning out of existence, or transforming from one form to the next. Probably hit a point where some offspring of the Zoomers, they'll say, make me a song I'd like in a fraction of a millisecond. They'll have their favorite song in the whole wide world. I do hear a truck in the distance. You may hear Jake braking in the distance, which was observed by and called out by M.N. Hiker, who did a scout of these backpack sites here as well several years ago. He really helped, his footage of backpack site 5 really helped me make a decision on camping there last year. And when he did his scout of the backpack sites here, I think the first few that we saw were reserved, so he kind of had to zoom in from afar. And that's the challenge with this state park in particular. If you want to scout all the sites in one day, it's the reservations. Sure, you might be walking 12 miles and it's a bit of an exercise. It's the reservations that'll really get in the way. And by that I mean the people reserving sites. which is probably obvious, but I just wanted to clarify that. That looks like camper cabin right there. So we're going to be honing in on an intersection, letter G, as in gamma. Uh-oh, it's the park. It's the park ranger. Park ranger's coming. Now I'm getting nervous. All right, so it's 8:30. We should be okay. This is the G intersection. So when I camped here last year, I came from that direction down there. Right in here. I came from this direction right here. That's a real muddy, swampy area. Right here. Let's go around this hump right here. Over to J. Alright, so I don't think they're worried about me. Alright, good. You never know. So when I camped here last year, we are here. I hiked around here, this way, and I parked over there. We were barricaded back here. Right here, we were barricaded. If you could drive in all the way to the end, kind of like this docking area, these Brennan Interpretive Trail, that's where I parked, right in here, this picnic area per se, and then I hiked in. I would recommend you park there and hike in here to where we are now if you're going to camp at backpack site number 5 or camper cabin 2 possibly. The problem is that this part of the trail right here, it can be really swampy, like I called out earlier. It can be really swampy, so that's a high risk. So just to be safe, you might just want to park in this area here, which we're going to see in a little bit. So I think they might be going to the camper cabin here. Oh, it's good to be back here. Yeah, there was deer flies all over the place when I was here last year. It was summertime. That was the prime year. Camper cabin number 2 and B5. So I'm gonna check the reservations here. I'm kind of worried they went to the camper cabin and we're gonna get blocked out of it. Seeing what's reserved again, I keep forgetting. I'm just gonna take a picture of it, I think. So we are doing really good on time. So I'm just gonna slow things down a little bit. Site 5 doesn't look like it has a reservation. Yep. Yeah, they went to camper cabin. Alright. Alright, so they're going to tend to that camper cabin. And so we're just going to check out 5 first. Take our time and then backtrack this way. While I'm here, I'm probably gonna have some nuts and a smoothie or Noka and some water. Try to kill time. We'll scout this site, have a quick bite to eat, some water, and then we'll work our way over back to that camper cabin. They should be out of there by then. And we're back. This is backpack site number 5 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Good to see you again, buddy. I got some good experience from that trip, and it was one of my favorite camp trips of the year. And that's saying something because I had 45 camp trips in 2025. This is probably in the top 5. Haven't really analyzed it and rated them. So this is a relatively short path in, but it is still a really good distance from the trail here, which you will hear the warden vehicle like we just heard on occasion. And there were a lot of deer flies in this wooded area, but once we reached the opening near this body of water, the deer flies kind of went away, which is pretty magical, given that if you just walk right in the path, they'd immediately start coming on you, start pouncing. So that's really good. And the mosquitoes did pick up at night, but they were not bad, at least when I was here. Wow. How you doing, buddy? So they moved the bear locker here. This might be actually a new bear locker. When I was here, it was over here. This stump was this way when I was here. The picnic table is pretty much here. You got this awesome view. The sun and the moon will go down that way. It's very awesome. That's where I had my tent. You can go down here and take a look. Really just kind of a swampy area right here though, so it's better to just, in my opinion, just stay up here. It's very private. You just might have the sounds of the camper cabin over there, which I didn't really hear any of that. All I heard was in the morning when I was getting up the next day was like forestry equipment sounds over in there, like leaf blowers or something. It was ridiculous. But that was just probably the that moment in time. Yeah, I got an 8-hour video. It's my longest video of my camp trip here. Shows everything: the drive in, the entire camp, the rucking of the wood and the gear, the ruck back and the ruck back, setting up the tent. The night I encountered the great horned owl up there, which looks closer here than I remember it. It was one of my best camp trips, probably of all time. Actually, it was remarkable. I would highly recommend this site, but you better take care of it. So I stored, when I rucked in my gear, I had so much stuff. I stored my gear here, and I ghillied it and camoed it in a dry bag. And I set up a trail cam here, kind of keep an eye on it. Then I left with an empty rucksack and went back to my vehicle, loaded my rucksack full of wood, and then rucked it back. And then I had, what was it, 2 bundles of wood that I brought in, which is perfect for summer. It might even be too much. This is a phenomenal site. And it's very private. And there is a mild creepy walk to this latrine, but it's right in with the site, and this is ideal. It's kind of what you're looking for here on your own world. There's no other trails this way. It's really thick over here, so there's not much to be concerned with. Here we got the standard. Someone was kind enough to put some toilet paper here with the plastic bag wrapped around the handle, which is, it kind of solves for what I called out at the other latrine, though that one didn't seem to have a handle on it. That was very kind of them to do that. Oh, the bird's nest. I think that was here from when I was here. Actually, a bird's nest up there. Still there. That's pretty awesome. All right. So this is the awesome backpack site number 5 at Lake Maria State Park. And 2 parking options in my opinion. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick break here. And hopefully that park staffer takes off, and we're gonna weasel in a look at the camper cabin over there. So see you in a bit. All right, that went pretty good. Got a little snack for my little buddies. Luckily, the park staff did drive away, and so they're off down that way. So let's go. Let's continue on. Take care, buddy. Age well. Thank you. I said we got a pretty good cell signal here. Well, it says 2 bars. It's not updating the weather for some reason. Oh no, it is. It is. It says 9 a.m. snow. 40% chance of snow. Wouldn't that be cool? When that park staff drove by, I was worried they might notice my footprints. Then I realized there's no snow. But if they saw that, they probably would have asked me. Maybe not. So that is a highly recommended backpack site, in my opinion. A little bit of a hike in. Pretty sure it's less than 2 miles. It's Probably like 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles one way. Alright, so this mild backtrack here, trying to be malleable to the circumstances. And camper cabin number 2. Let's see what all the hype's about. Those vehicles really dig into the ground. So it looks like you for this camper cabin number 2, you can probably bring motor vehicles up to right here. Actually, H. So be aware of that. Yeah, wind is kind of picking up a little. Really feel that current. Looks like we got another path this way. Looks like they probably stocked some firewood here. They may have stocked firewood for backpack site 1. We missed it though, we're not sure. However, they are on their way to prep all the sites for tonight. So we will encounter, by the time we get to the other ones, southern side of the park, they will have serviced them. So we will see if they put wood there. And they just might. On my first trip here, they did that. On Halloween. Okay, so now we know you do have to pay for the firewood. Maybe because it's bundled. But here it's just not bundled. So I don't know if you probably for sure still have to pay. So here you'd probably just gauge it, I would assume. I was thinking about it, I should do this real quick. Just to be safe. Okay. Take a gander at the latrine. This one no sanitizer, but it does have the toilet paper dispenser and a courtesy hook. Very nice. Very nice. You can tell the wood is different around the camper cabin latrines, but still the same type of latrine. But the structures are nicer. Alright, not too bad. So we're moving along here. We're probably 30% done at this point. Yeah, so this is a little like a dotted line on the map, this trail that we're on. So we'll go out this way just to see what it looks like. It's like a beaver lodge out there. Beavers are interesting because they just right from birth, they just know exactly what they're gonna do for a living. They're just gonna start damming things up, start collecting wood and pushing it in water. They're just so determined and they're just constantly at it. It's so funny. Yeah, I like it whenever I see a beaver lodge. So this took us beyond backpack site 5. So right there. Now we'll continue down this trail, or this road. It's kind of a road. This is probably, for most people, the road or the trail that you're going to take to get to this backpack site 5, possibly backpack site 4, and camper cabin number 2 right here. I'm really glad I decided to just go for it and come in an hour early. We'll see if I got a fee on my vehicle. I don't think I will though. I think they're just gonna let it slide. Oh, we get a better view of this beaver lodge. Look at that. Wow. Try pano on this one actually. Pretty open and breezy in here. I don't think there's much risk of this flooding. It's gonna have to be a pretty wet season for that to happen. If it did, they'd probably block off the cabin and the site over here. All right, now we got some decision making. So this one I'm not totally sure where to go here. I'm gonna head this way since I'm on foot. It looks like I'm going off the map a little, or off the trail. Yeah, it's getting a little chilly actually. I might have to put my gloves on. There's a sign over there, so maybe I should stick with that road. Okay, I'm gonna cut back over. There we go. There we go. It's not telling us where we're at. Oh yeah, H right there. Over right here. H and I are right next to each other, it looks like. Okay. Alright, so this is the road. It looks like this is the road here.
Nope, not yet. This is a different road. Wow, I just had a flashback. I was here a long time ago. Wow. Oh wow, this is crazy. Wow, this is crazy. Yep, and then I went that way. It was like 2022. Wow. That might have been the first time I saw chaga. I'm not sure. So it looks like you for this camper cabin number 2, you can probably bring motor vehicles up to right here. Actually, H. So be aware of that. I do hear a vehicle coming, so park staff probably coming again. Coming towards me. So trail crossings this way. I'm not sure where the this is the road. Alright, so we're gonna head this way. Yeah, okay. So this is the road. If we would have got past that barricade, we would have went straight for a little while. And my camp video, Lake Maria Backpack Site 5 last year, that'll show you that. But we would have went straight, we would have turned and come right into here. We would have come into here. So now we're heading towards that parking area I've been telling you about for so long. On that trail would have took us here. So it's good we went to that intersection on that road. More trail action this way. Looks like a horseback trail here as well. Yeah, I remember this because I took a look at it. A couple times I took a look at it in my vehicle. We go straight this way. This is a really big parking area, if I remember correctly. Might be the 3rd largest area for parking in this state park. I think the 1st largest is over by the south end. We're gonna get to it. That'll be our last stop where we bring the vehicle. Well, the next place we go with the vehicle essentially now. So from this road here, Backpack Site 4 is over there. Okay, so across from Backpack Site 4 over this body of water, there will be this road. And this is going to be a fairly trafficked road, so that might be annoying. It's a little pushed back though. So from 4 though, you're gonna see vehicles. When you're looking at the body of water, you're gonna see vehicles going back and forth. Where at 5, you won't see anything. So that's a very important call out in my opinion. That being said, I think 5 is better than 4 all around. But it's a close one. Four looked a little bigger for a tent space. Relatively similar though. Alright, we're getting a little mixture of sun again. That's awesome. Nice to have a little mix, a little variety during the day. Sometimes it can feel like a totally different day than what it was when we begin. So we're doing really good for time. I'm feeling fine. The only concern I have is people occupying their sites very early, like several hours earlier. Which I think is a low probability. Maybe 1 or 2 of them that might happen. Possible, slim. Sometimes there's park staff work that's occurring in the site. That's also a possibility. So some of the reservations that I saw, they might just be blocking it out for various reasons. And one of those reasons might be to do work on it. And when you're driving on this road, I would encourage you to take it easy for the sake of your vehicle. Because you'll feel like you're going really smooth for a while, and then out of nowhere you can hit something. Just be very cognizant of that. Especially if you have like a sedan or a smaller vehicle, smaller tires, or a low profile. So walking this road was part of my backup plan. We're just going to add like an extra mile to my hiking distance overall. Let's see where we're at so far. About over 3.5 miles so far. We got quite a bit of ground to cover on the south end. We're almost at the parking area here. You know, I'm really glad I came in an hour early. And I was planning initially because I'm really glad it's 9 o'clock, well 9:05 instead of 10 o'clock. So there is a lot of sites to cover on the south end. However, a lot of them are really close to each other. So I got to keep that in mind. These sites on the northern end are the furthest space from each other. Alright, so here's that parking area. Ta-da! You can see it's pretty spacious. So camper cabin C1. It's the first one we saw. So C2, the one we came from, you'd park in that little nook and cranny I showed you at that intersection where I had a flashback where I was before in the past. So one of the group camps is over here and the other one is over there. So we're going to take a look at the Whitetail group site right now. And this is F, the F intersection. F as in Foxtrot. And it looks like they do want you to park here for B6. So I think we're going to do that actually. Or I'm going to pivot from what I just said. Because I was thinking of cutting through the group site over here and beelining it into the back door to B6. But to save on beating the big woods to death with my feet, we're going to do this group camp first. Then head back this way, do this group camp, and then backtrack the way we came. I think I mentioned that possibility earlier. Now, come to think of it, I could just splice in some footage of me traveling down there on that road that was barricaded today. So I might do that somewhere here. if it makes sense to do it somewhere. Otherwise, just check out that Lake Maria Backpack Site 5 camp trip video. All right, the Oak Hill group site. One of two group campsites at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. This is very close to the parking area. This is a vault toilet. It is not a latrine. So it's a little more fancy. There's more structural integrity. This body of water here is shared with Backpack Site 6 over here. And this is a pretty awesome site. It's not too level though. It's like an unapproved fire pit, fire ring. When I was camping at Backpack Site number 6, just over there, there was barred owls up here, and the people that were in this group camp, they were shining their flashlights on it and they scared them away. That really was irritating. I think it was kids though, but it was still really irritating. It's one of the moments where the neighbors just really just get in the way of the experience. Which I'm sure can go both ways once in a while. I really like these trifecta of trees here. It was a quadfecta at one point. Got a normal fire ring. 2 of them. Let's see what we got going on over here. So this looks like some kind of a makeshift trail that might lead to the Whitetail group camp over there. Or that might be a picnic area. Looks like there's a path here. So I'm thinking this just kind of leads to the, in a way, it leads to that trail over there. So this is potentially a back door to this group site. So the tents would probably go along here. I'm thinking maybe a little in here, over on that side. I'm tempted to take more time here, but I got to keep it moving. I think we got to probably over 1,000 pictures here, I would say. Give you a good idea. It's a nice little quaint group camp. You got some, you could tent here. A little slanty, but you could tent there. Throw some tents in here. Let's see if they lock this up. Nope. And there's TP, and this is one of them awesome vault toilets that has a urinal in it. I like it when it's inclusive. It's very inclusive. Well, they could probably, in addition to that, have a baby changing station in here. That would up the ante in inclusivity. One moment. So that lid slams very loud, and you got some nice railings here. Kind of nice. Not bad at all. Not bad. Not bad at all. As a guy, I really like the urinal feature. All right, this group camp is not too bad. It's not too bad at all. I do hear a jet engine overhead now. It's a tolerable altitude, but they could go about 10,000 miles higher, in my opinion. That was the Oak Hill group site. Okay. Now we're going to check out the other group site. So our goal was to get back to the vehicle slightly after 10. Oh, I keep forgetting to hit this lapper. All right, I forgot for a while on that one. So as long as we get back to the vehicle within like 40 minutes, we're good. Some drinking water over there. Now the Whitetail group site. And yeah, so you'd park here for B1 through B6 backpack sites. And group camp 1, and then this group camp that we just saw as well. Which is probably group camp 2 numerically, since they call this G1. That's probably G2. Okay, so this one is right on the trail here. So I'm not a fan of this at all. It even curves and goes alongside of it. This is probably one of the worst group camp layouts I've ever seen. So they probably should have, I don't know, they should nick this one. They're trying too hard on this one to squeeze it in. I'll check out the vault toilet for practicality reasons. So no urinal on this one. Everything else looks the same as the other one for the most part. And now you know. Okay. It might not matter too much to you, but you're just right in this open here, and I'm sure there won't be too many people hiking. But when I was here in the summer, that parking lot was full. It was very full. It wasn't packed to the brim. So there's going to be traffic here. We do a tent pad here, all along here, and here. It's pretty flat. Fire pit 1, fire pit 2. There's no big fire rings. We get the 2 standard fire pits. Lots of opportunities for tents. Just kind of feel like a zoo exhibit or a museum exhibit with a trail like this, people walking by. It's like you're an exhibit of the park for people visiting and hiking. It's kind of weird. There's a trail we took earlier down there. I do declare that's it. We're going to connect back with that one in a moment. Wow, we got another old school fire pit. So this actually looks like a museum exhibit. This fire pit here, I don't know what this thing is still doing here. So that's a little weird. It's another demerit. This is an awesome little area for tenting if you're one of the lucky people in the group that inhabits this first. But you're right near this trail, which I don't like being in a tent right near a trail like this or a road. This is too close for comfort. This is a really nice area for a tent though. Oh, you can put another little one in here as well. Oh yeah, I could fit my tent here. Oh, but then you got this root that goes across it. Right at the perfect spot where you would not want that. So this site is just screaming, I don't want to be a site anymore. Okay. Yeah, they should just make this a picnic area or something. Alright, now we know. So this is the Whitetail group camp. Group camp, one of 2 group camps at Lake Moriah State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Yeah, Whitetail group camp. So out of the Whitetail group camp and the Oak Hill group camp, G1 and G2 respectively, I would advise only the G2 group camp. Whitetail group camp is probably one of my least favorite group camps I've ever encountered of all time, and I would not recommend it. Not to hate on it too much, I'm just kind of saying, you know. I think they should make this like just a picnic area. But there's probably people who have had, I would guess, really good experiences here. So I don't want to taint on that either. So if you've had a good experience here, let me know about it. You never know. Sometimes the right conditions, the right series of events. I think, yeah, this is that trail that we saw, the back door for that other group camp. That's a little courtesy path to this trail here. And we've seen that side of the trail and this side of the trail. So we're going to do a little bit of backtracking here. But this is officially the hike in you would take from that parking area, which is where you probably want to park for all these backpack sites we've seen over here. And Camper Cabin 1. But Camper Cabin 2, you could park over here, but they have that special little spot over there at that intersection where you can camp. I believe that was F as in Foxtrot, if I recall correctly. I'm not going to hold myself to it. Alright, so we're backtracking towards the vehicle. and we're going to look at backpack site number 6 before we get there. And as I did mention, backpack site 6 was another one of the campsites that I camped at. I think that was June or July of 2023. I think it was June 2023. It's one of the, might have been the first camp trip after I lost my job that I had for over 11 years, that I wanted to stay there the rest of my life. This world has so much greed, corruption, and opportunists in it. Unfortunately, the path I was on was tainted by differing views from differing leaders who are probably not in those roles anymore as a result of the aforementioned vicious cyclic events that occur. Propter hoc, in part. But change is kind of like the nephew of death. The little nephew. In a sense. Still don't know for sure if there's anything after death. Kind of hoping there isn't. Maybe it's one of those things you don't, better watch what you hope for, you know. The big woods. What's left of the big woods? After humanity desecrated most of it for convenience and prosperity. I guess it's all about that balance, like always. City life, get away from the city. The convenience of a warm place to live, though, that's pretty high on the list. Willing to sacrifice a lot of annoyances for that to be allowed. Alright, back to C. This is the sound of C. Do you see? Do you see? I see. See. So now we're going to take the path to backpack site 6. Or the trail, I should say. So this is another one. May 1st to November 1st. Oh, they're talking about the horseback. They weren't talking about the reservation. So if you're still with me to this point from when I said that earlier, when I saw that from towards backpack sites 1 and 2, I think they were talking about the horse aspect for that trail. So this is the Anderson Hill Loop. If you're still with me, I appreciate your company. Most people click away within several minutes, so it's just not enough boobs, or so I don't know, whatever stupidity needs to be there for people to drool over it. But yeah, if this helps you, it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. You know, if I could just help one person pick a campsite from this footage and have an awesome camp trip, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I guess it'd be 2 people, because I technically am number 1. I do this for me. So I definitely help myself choose better spots. Anytime you prepare for anything, you're better prepared for it. Yeah, I think we did take this path coming in. Getting a little tired. I haven't been walking the whole time. I haven't really taken that long of a break. It was about 5 minutes. Yeah. Yep. I think backpack site 6 was the first site I camped at after I lost my job, and I'm pretty sure that is true. So that's kind of a big one. I got back out there. I was really worried that I wasn't going to be able to do camping anymore, and you know, all that worries that can happen. So to almost immediately get back out here and have a pretty good camp trip, that was really awesome. So it's one of the monumental camp trips that had significant meaning and value. And then the next morning, I went and scouted the Charles Lindbergh State Park campground. And that's a horrible campground. I mean, because it's so smushed, all the sites are near each other. And I did a camp trip at that state park in the main campground, and it was okay. The hiking there is awesome. However, last year I did another camp there, my second camp there, and I went and reserved Cardin sites 1 and 2. And that's another camp trip video that I have. I think that's like 5 hours. I showed almost the whole thing. And that's those two sites are right on top of each other, so you literally have to reserve them both, which costs a little bit more, but I assure you it is worth it if you can afford it. And it's a good thing I did also, because even though I reserved both sites, when I showed up there, people were getting off of the water from their boat and they're starting to load up one of the campsites with their gear. And I had to kick them out. I told them, I said, look, I got both these sites booked. I've had them booked for almost a month, and I'm really sorry, but you guys can't camp here. I'm sorry. And they were receptive to it. But I had them booked for like a month, so they would have been read. They would have been shown as booked for over a month on the website. So that just shows me that they just went to them in their boat and their gear, and they didn't even prepare or book it or nothing, which is a really high gamble, especially for those sites. All right, so we're back. This is backpack site number 6 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. And it is good to be back here. This site will always have a close place in my heart, or a place very close to my heart inside of it. This latrine is very close to the site. It is around a corner here, or a bend, so it's a little creepy at night to go to it, and it's right off this trail. That's a little pushback, but it's still kind of creepy at night. The Oak Hill group camp is just up there where we were just at. It's a reasonable distance. This is kind of a downhill. Almost got root stairs. And I'm hearing a train in the distance. And there was a lot of birch bark harvesting here. So if you're one of the people that did that, if you're tuning in and you're you're one of the people that did this, you are a knucklehead. You deserve to be slapped. You are a knucklehead. I couldn't think any less of you for doing that. That is despicable. That aside, it's good to be back here. And there's this little trail here that I didn't really take a look at, but I think it's just kind of like a risque path people and relatives take. Brand new bear locker. I think they stocked the whole park with brand new bear lockers. Wow. Here it is. Yeah, I went down there and took a picture at this body of water. There's the road along there. That's the road we would have traveled on if it wasn't barricaded. And it turns just shortly up there and connects with where we picked up and walked down. When I was here, I had my tent right here. I'm glad to see that these trees are still here. Those are really cool. I really liked those when I was here. Yeah, I think someone just came here and they just harvested. They just pulled as much off as they could and took it with them. That is disgusting. I've never seen it that bad. That is despicable. I hope they get karmic. They have karmic debt over that. That is disgusting. Yeah, I was posted right here at the ruck. I had the radio going. I was picking up hammies on the radio. I think I had oh yeah, really good cell reception here. Yeah, so this is an awesome backpack site. And I'd actually recommend you park over where we parked the vehicle right before that barricade to come into here rather than down there. That's what I did and it worked out pretty good. It was good to see you again, buddy. Thank you. Take care and age well. I saw the barred owls up there. Heard them. That was just April. Whitetail deer. And barred owls. I witnessed them just like 3 months after the first time I had encountered them at Rice Lake State Park earlier that April. I was really happy to encounter them again. The knuckleheads in the group camp up there scared them away. If you can remember, I used this latrine earlier when I cut the footage though. And this, pretty good condition. The back wall is a little close to the latrine, so it'll push on your back, especially if you have a pack on or a ruck on. But this is something I've never really seen much of. That is awesome because this keeps the door shut, but it doesn't lock it. Wow. So they need to install these on every vault toilet where they have like a piece of wood that they turn, just so people can't lock people in. Wow, that is cool. This part's a little faded in this nail. It's not a screw, it's not pulling out as far as it needs to trigger this. That needs a little repair. But wow, that is awesome. I've never seen that before. At least I haven't been aware of it. All right, so that's all the campsites in the northern portion of the park. Probably getting a little ahead of myself here. I'm gonna exit this backpack site 6. Awesome site, very awesome. And they got somebody coming here tonight, allegedly. I hope they have a good trip. If they're the type of people I like, of course. I don't want to just hand out kindness undeservedly. So we've just took a look at every single camp spot, reservable camp spot here on the north portion of Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Everything north of this road, essentially. Now, if we were to continue on foot for the other sites, I would just take this trail. However, I want to drive in to the parking area where you would park to camp at those sites on the southern portion of the park, south of this road. So we're gonna make our way down this road. Back to the vehicle. Pop in. And on the way from and here and to there, I'm gonna nurse a little bit of coffee. It's got the regular Caribou blend that I brewed at home, of course. So that'll serve as a rest period as well. And I should be good to go to tackle the other sites. And a lot of these sites in the southern portion are close to each other. Initially, that won't be the case. Like the camper cabin we're gonna look at, and a couple backpack sites after that are a little spaced out. Camper cabin, we're right here. Camper cabin 3, and backpack 7, and backpack 8. So those are kind of the spaced out ones. And then once we get in here, it's kind of a bunch together grouped. And then 16 to 17 in the very end. So 17 is going to be last. And I did camp at 17 as well at one point. That's the one that shared that latrine that was just crazy with the beehive and the garbage. And that site has a reservation for tonight. So we'll see if we can beat them there. And I think we will, unless they come in super early. which would be asinine. I've never even witnessed that before, I don't think. They're probably at work, honestly. Yeah, this barricade here is where we park, just beyond this barricade. That's where I would advise you park for backpack site 6. Might be getting some precipitation here. Alright, yeah, so far so good. About 3 hours in. That's what that was my plan for the north side. I don't see my vehicle yet, so I'm getting a little nervous. Alright, it's there, so that's good. And the second worry is there a fee or a ticket on it? So we're about 4.5 miles in. By the time I get to the vehicle, it'll be just under 5. So we've probably got another 5 to 6 to go. So let's say we're at 50%, probably 45 maybe, but probably 50, given how close the other sites are to each other. And I don't see anything on my wipers, so I think we're gonna get away with murder. It's a really good idea to come in early. Whew, okay. All right, so I'm gonna get in the vehicle and we're gonna head this way.
So we're headed over to the Trail Interpretive Center trailhead parking. And this is probably the main, largest parking area for Lake Maria State Park. So we're entering the southern portion of the park, south of that road we were just on. And the majority of the backpack campsites are over in this vicinity. There is one camper cabin, so just the one camper cabin and a multitude of backpack sites. I think it's backpack site 7 through 17. If this is going to be your first time coming to this park, I would suggest you park over in this area and just go for a hike. Unless you're going to do a camp trip, of course, and pick out a site and park accordingly. So this is the Trail Interpretive Center here. This is the drop-off lane right here. I'm not sure what that's all about, because there's so much parking here. I don't know why you wouldn't just park here, and it's so close. So right here, kind of where this dumpster is, this is where I parked for my Halloween camp trip here. And I don't even think you're supposed to park over there, but it worked out. Right here is where I parked for backpack 17 when I did that camp trip. Real quick, I'm just going to show you back here. If you have a need for a vault toilet like I did one day, there is a vault toilet just back there. And there's also, it looks like a horse area in there as well, where we saw those orange barricades. The horse area. And this is the route. Nope, we just passed the route out. You could go out this way, I guess. But yeah, the route out would have been straight. We'll see that in the end when we head out. I'm just going to go ahead and park right here. We're going to head out straight, and we're not going to take the direct trail into where you would go for any of the backpack sites. We're going to take a long roundabout way because we want to look at C3 or cabin 3 first. And then once we see that, we're going to go around. We're going to head towards Lake Maria or Lake Maria, and then we're going to head towards the first of the southern backpack sites that we're going to take a look at here. And then as we make our way through them and head back, I'll kind of call out the different trails you would take to and from this parking area for those campsites. All right, let's go.
It looks like this is the hiking club trail as well, the Bjorkland Trail. This is kind of a unique trail here. And this is one trail that goes down towards the southeastern part of the park. I have not been there yet. Maybe we'll come back that way, seeing how it goes. I don't know though, I don't think I will, because I kind of want to show you the trail back here for hiking. Now I do have a video where I show rucking in firewood from this parking area to backpack site number 17. So that also shows the direct route you would take hiking there, backpack 17. That truck that we saw in the parking lot, I'm thinking maybe they might be here early for one of their sites, reservations, and it just has a site 17 vibe to it. So if we can't get into 17, we'll at least look at 16. We'll take a look at the shared latrine there between 17 and 16, and we'll look at 17 from the back door as much as we can, and a little from the front door. And then I should have a little footage from within that site. I'm just being presumptuous, but I'm just planning for that. So this is the path that you would take, or the trail that you would take to go to pretty much every backpack site on this southern part of the park. So all of these sites here. We, however, are going to go this way, and we're going to hop on the Kettle Kami trail here to look at C3, and then from C3 we're going to go to B7. I'm going to set that timer here. I really haven't hiked this way in this direction. I usually go down that trail, so I'm going to keep my eyes on the map here. Oh, it looks like there's a backpack campsite sign right here. So this is, we're approaching the Big Woods Loop Bjorkland Trail. I'm not sure if it's up here or down there. Oh, look at that turtle. You know, this state park is home to a certain kind of turtle. I can't remember the name of it, but it's an endangered species. That is cool. Try to get a really good picture here. That's cool, man. Like how they got a fence around this. Like the kid in me was immediately wanting to try to run up this. It's hilarious. Yeah, I like this building though. There's some drinking water here too. All right. So to go straight to one of the more northern backpack sites on the southern portion of the park, you go this way. Well, we're going to take that long roundabout way. At P is in Paul. The Kettle Trail. C3. Yeah, so you could take this trail here, ideally to get to 8 or 7, ideally. Camper cabin number 3 is this way. Or maybe this is the trail. Yeah, I'm sorry, this is the trail. I just said this will take us to camper cabin 3 here. And this is all what these scouts are for, figuring things out, getting things straight. I think that park staffer was here. And we went to site 6. I didn't see any firewood stocked. So maybe they're not stocking firewood for the backpack sites. When I camped here on Halloween, and I'll tell you that site when we get there. I think it was Halloween of 2022. I wasn't able to bring any wood because I never rucked any wood before, and I just wanted to ruck my gear in, and I was kind of learning still. So I brought in like a bunch of little pieces of wood I was gonna kind of nurse over the night, but it was far less than a bundle, even just a little bit. And when I showed up to that site, there was a fresh bundle of firewood sitting in the middle of the site. Man, you could not believe that was such a cool moment. Gosh, man, that was a cool moment. And I made that last all night with the other wood that I brought, the little wood that I brought. But since then, I've camped here 3 other times. And I've never since then had any wood waiting for me in any of the campsites. So I don't know what that was, if that was a park staffer doing that, or if that was somebody who camped there the night before and just had too much wood and they didn't use it. Oftentimes you'll see people doing that. They won't use all their wood and they'll just kind of leave it for the next person. Just gonna check this map here. Okay, yeah, so we're on the Kettle Kame Trail. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing Kame right. It's K-A-M-E. Maybe it's Kettle Kame. Kettle Kame Trail. I may have been on this trail several years ago. It might have been that same day when I had that flashback. I don't think it was. I think it was another time when I was checking out the southern part. I think that was like with the first scout I did here. That's when I chose backpack site 14 for that Halloween site camp trip. M reminds me of the Scotch band. Right here, M intersection. So Anderson Hill Loop and Kettle Kame Trail. So this Anderson Hill Loop, this will bring us to backpack site 6. That was that trail I pointed at from the road. That said will bring us here. If I were to continue the scout on foot from there, bring us right here. But I wanted to show you that parking area. It's really important, that parking area. Kettle Kame Trail. We're on our way to the third and final camper cabin as of this date and time in this state park. I kind of didn't want to do this scout as early as I did, but once I seen them sites getting reserved, I knew I had to kind of push. Given the weather forecast, I was not expecting people to start reserving the sites like they did. It's a really rare opportunity when I'm able to get into this state park and have it almost totally empty, which is ideal for a scout. But with that vehicle being in that parking area, that truck, I'm not sure where they are. My guess is they're inhabiting site 17 early, because that's probably my biggest fear. We're supposed to get some precipitation tonight, and then overnight and in the morning as well. Right now I'm doing pretty good. My left hip, I think it's like the pivot joint in the left leg and the pelvis. It's always a little irritable, but it's maintaining. And my feet, I'm wearing a different kind of merino wool than I normally wear, just because I have a surplus of this type of sock. A little thinner, but I still double them up. But I've been testing them out all week at work, and they've been working out really well. Doesn't really feel much different than my norm, which is really good. And they're doing fine. some mild hot spotting occurring. Almost nothing, but it's like the really pre-stages of getting a hot spot. We should be over 5 miles total at this point. At 5.1. This is it's a well-sized state park. Now I am going to try to scout the 2 backpack sites at St. Croix State Park this year, if I can pull that off. And that is the largest state park in Minnesota. So even though there's only 2 backpack sites there, scouting them in one day is probably not practical, given their distance. And there would involve backtracking as well. So that just compounds it. So I might need to break those up into 2 separate scout missions, which is fine. The big one, which I've been referring to, the final frontier, is the backpack campsites at George H. Crosby Manitou State Park, which is one of Sally Suntala's favorite state parks. I would go ahead and guess that that's probably his stomping ground. That one, I'm gonna have to nip away at that at chunks. Maybe 5 backpack sites a scout, something like that. I already have the 3 of them at around Benson Lake scouted, and I did a camp at one of those as well on Christmas Eve. I got a video of that too, actually. And Sally Suntala did a camp there, I believe with his brothers or his cousins there as well. Like, I think like half a year later after I did that. So that's kind of neat. We kind of share that in life, camping at that awesome site. I think it was site 22. All right, here we are. Now C3. This is camper cabin number 3 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Let's take a look. Got the standard really nice latrine structure here. We'll just look at this going in. Not bad at all. And this camper cabin is isolated very well from pretty much everything. So I do hear a train in the distance. You might have some reasonably high altitude jet engines and some jake braking in the distance. But other than that, you are secluded. And I didn't think I was going to like this camper cabin as much as the other 2, but I think I like this one the best. I'm not a camper cabin guy, but given the location of this one, this is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. Let's see where we are to things relative on the map here. Yeah, we're like in the middle of the park, in the middle of, we're not surrounded by anything really. So in my opinion, this is the best camper cabin here for privacy and seclusion. Camper cabin number 3. Widowmakers? Oh, just cool birds. As expected. Wow. Usually they do that right before they take off flying. They can do that for a while before they decide to fly though, so I'm not gonna wait. Oh, nice little screen door. Wow. Look at this. It's like an apartment. Oh, really cool drapes. Really cool. I don't see a fan in there. So I didn't get a good look inside the other ones either. But you got the double, there's 2 bunk beds. Looks like a wood stove over there, down in there. And I don't see anything in this corner over here. But I don't see the fan or the light, which I sometimes see. There is a hook on the ceiling up there, and on the other side as well. Oh, there's an egg crate in there. I hope there's not eggs in there. Yeah. I'm not a camper cabin guy, but sometimes when I encounter a cabin that calls out to me, and this is one of them. This is awesome. I love this one. There's another one at Hayes Lake State Park. It's got a kind of a drab name to it. I think it's called Camp 3 or something. It's the camper cabin that's away from the main campground at Hayes Lake. And I do have a scout video of that every campsite at that state park. I would encourage you to check that one out. I really like that one. And that's the furthest I've been as of the date of this body cam as far as traveling goes. That's in the northwestern region of the state. Wow, this is awesome. Okay. So I guess that's where the key is for the camper cabin here. There. Better hit that clock. You guys keep forgetting to remind me. Alright. If I don't even need it anymore, we're doing so good on time. We got a hiker down there in the distance. That might be the guy with the truck. He's got a dog, I think. Oh, he might be heading the direction we're gonna go. Alright. So this time of day, as it gets later, there's gonna be more people coming in here. We're doing good for time. Yep. One guy, single white male, boomer with a dog. This is an awesome cabin, guys. Wow. This would be a good night to camp here too. It's gonna be a cozy night with some precipitation, turn into snow over the night probably. Nothing too serious though. See these treads in here, so I think that park staffer, they went to all the camper cabins and ensured that they were stocked with wood and whatever else they do. Maybe check for toilet paper, make sure that's stocked. I think all these cabins are reserved tonight though. It is Good Friday, but I'd actually protest that and say it is Great Friday. If not great, super awesome dope Friday. Okay, so let's make sure we're going the right way here, because I got a feeling we're not. Yep, we actually want to go this way on Kettle Canyon and go around. And then we're going to hit B7. Alright, so we're going the other way. We're going the other way of the boomer. That's usually a good thing on many levels. Ooh. And this is probably not a route that you're going to take to go to this backpack site we're going to encounter. You take that other trail I called out earlier before we headed this way in this direction to C3. But you could take this way. Depends on you, I guess. How much gear you got, the type of day, the environment, the climate. These trails are pretty easy hiking trails. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably put them at like a 3 and a 4 in that range. A little rooty, a little rocky, some hills, slopes, some mud, water at points. Well, maybe a good 4. So I'm pretty sure this is my 4th scout of 2026. And even though I have not had any camp trips yet this year, that was my goal, was to cut back this year. Because I kind of overdid it last year. I had a lot of opportunity to just make it happen. But I wasn't able to save any money or anything. But I didn't get to enjoy life as much as I'm able to, anyways. Well, given that we're in the 4th month and this is my 4th scout, I'm very proud of that. And these, my ability to make these videos have better quality, more efficacy for the end user, is greatly enriched since my experiences in 2025. And I'm almost caught up with all my 2025 footage as of the date of this body cam. I'm currently finishing up the scout of the Bearhead Lake State Park backpack campsites, which I'm really proud of that one, and I'm really looking forward to finishing that up and publishing it and just ensuring that it's out there and I have it stored and backed up. I'm really proud of that one. And then after that, I have the group campsites at Gooseberry Falls State Park, which is in the deep snow. But you still get a good look at the area and the parking. And then after that, the walk-in sites at Jay Cook State Park, which I reserved one of them less than a month. That's coming up. That's my first trip lined up so far. I believe it's W68. Just going from memory though. It's not one of the 3 that are near each other. It's kind of off in the main campground, closer with the regular drive-in sites. And I had one of the most magical moments of my life there when I scouted it. And I actually have a video called One of the Most Magical Moments of My Life that shows that moment there. Some awesome black-capped chickadees. And then after the scout of those walk-in sites, I continue on to do the scout of the group camps at Jay Cook State Park. And that's going to be the last of the footage I have from 2025. I did do another scout after those, which was the remote backpack campsites at Split Rock Lighthouse State Park. But I decided to work on that and finish that and publish that as my last video in 2025. So I kind of jumped ahead and just did that one for the end of the year. So that one's already been published for a while. That is not popular for some reason. I don't understand that at all. It's very interesting to be able to get some insight into your journey there, what the sites look like. Maybe a lot of people just aren't interested in going to those sites because it is some work to get to them. Gee, I'm really proud of that one. That was on Christmas Day. I scouted that one. I'd say the trail here from C3 where we were, you can see in the distance now. We went around to this backpack site. It's probably a little over a mile. It's a little ways. So when I go to Jay Cook State Park next month, I'm gonna see if maybe I can scout at least one of the backpack sites, though I don't think it'll be likely. They'll probably be reserved, and so it'll be a gamble hiking all the way to one of them, because if it's occupied I can't go in it. It's just rude, you know. I'll never take it that far. If I know for sure it's not reserved officially and people are just in there, kind of like I was earlier at Backpack Site 5, or all these sites today for that matter, if I'm 110% sure that's the case, I will probably just go in there and look around. But it's probably best to just leave the aggression in the city where it deserves to live and die. Maybe not live. So going way back to before I digressed a whole lot, backpack site number 7, which is the one we're headed to. When I first scouted here to try to figure out what site I wanted to camp at, and I don't have any of that footage. That one, and I think this is the same one, it's like on its own little, it's almost like an island. It has kind of like a causeway, kind of a wide woodland causeway. But once you get in there, you're like in this little, it's kind of like a little island, though it's not technically. But it's just really interesting. And that one was always in the back of my mind, but I always kind of shied away from it, from committing to it, because it is a little bit of a hike into it. But it's probably not as bad as the ones I've already done, you know. Okay. So this will take us, we're really close to that road we were on, which will take us to the northern part of the park, Camper Cabin 2. We're pretty close to that road. Oh, and just FYI, St. Cloud is 22 miles that way. Silver Creek is just there. Maple Lake is that way. And Monticello, 7 miles that way, 7 to 6 miles. Though technically we're supposed to be in it, but sometimes it's kind of a nomenclature, semantic issue with the actual city the state park is actually in, I found. But officially they say it's in Monticello for the address. Yeah, that's our location. I really wish these body cams had like a compass in it that moved around, and a temperature as well. Oh man, I'd pay $150 more for that. Alright, so B7 to B17. That's literally all the other sites we will need to look at here for this scout mission. We're definitely 50% through. We're probably 55% completed, maybe 60. We're still on the Kettle Cami Trail. You can see Lake Maria in the distance. Ironically, Lake Maria is a really small lake. And then there's another lake in that far parking area I talked about that I parked at for Backpack 5, called Little Lake Maria, or Little Mary Lake. Yeah. So I guess, I don't know if Maria or Mariah and Mary are the same in different languages. But I don't know why they called it Little. It's probably twice the size of Lake Mariah, and Lake Mariah is not a profound lake. It's not a really big lake. But it's definitely bigger than a pond. Trying to hunker in some straps on my pack. I'm mainly letting myself know that when I'm editing, so I don't beat myself up. Alright, so it looks like we're on a site here. Maybe, or an outlook. No, this is not a site. We're at the turn up here. I hear a jet engine at a reasonable altitude. Just hearing them is asking for too much, in my opinion. There's too much air traffic. They've made it too convenient. They need to make it more expensive and increase the quality of it. Here we go. So here we got a nice outlook here. You know, I'm thinking 7 is like in that little area there, but I don't think it is. I think it's off in that one over there. I don't see a causeway really to that one over there. It's real marshy and boggy. I'm not really sure the difference between a marsh and a bog. I think marsh is just deeper water. And a bog is more fluctuating like a sponge. I went to Big Bog State Recreation Area and I hiked the Big Bog, and I have a video of that also. So that's pretty cool. You get to check that out. I really captured all of the interpretive literature along the boardwalk as well. So there's a lot of information in it. I don't play any music in my videos, and I don't think a lot of people think like I do, but I'm usually playing music or something anyways as I'm doing stuff. And the music I would choose, you're not going to agree with, I guarantee it. So I'll kind of just leave that open and just, I'm sure it can be kind of boring with no sound, so just use another part of your brain and realize that you can play music for yourself in another way. A lot of people are just kind of breastfed with videos, though. They just want everything given to them. They don't want to multitask. They just want to open their mouth and drool. So I think it kind of pushes people away. That and no boobs, you know. So I was on this trail, yeah, a long time ago. when I did my scout a long time ago. I think it was 2022. I came from that direction and went this way. There's a decent chance we're going to encounter that boomer and his dog here. Maybe not. I didn't really want to go and get pizza after this, which is kind of a tradition because it's kind of a holiday, kind of. So I just got one last night after work, a huge one. I'm just gonna reheat some of that in the oven. I never use microwaves, by the way. Never. I don't think anyone should use microwaves. It just modifies the DNA, you know. There's a lot of highfalutin idiots, so I'll call it a conspiracy. But that's okay. I'm definitely feeling the 6 miles of the hike so far, working its way up physically. So I'm definitely going to be smoked after this. I'll be pretty sore if it goes past 10 miles. I prepared myself mentally for 12. If it goes over 12, 13 I might be alright, but I really never done a 14. It's me personally. But I'm not really long distance hiking anywhere. Just kind of staying within parks, checking out campsites and stuff. Alright, so we have arrived at backpack site number 7 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Just as the sun peaks. It's kind of cool. So let's see how close this is to how I remembered it. Yeah, so it's not, there's not like a causeway like I was thinking. It's definitely not on an island. I just saw like the surrounding marshes, and back then I kind of, in my memory, I kind of hunkered it in the surrounding marsh area here, the more a narrow path in here. It's possible I might be conflating this with Site 8. I don't think I am though. Oh no, it is. It is. So this is just where the latrine is here. So pushed out from the site. This is what I remembered. Yeah, there's like a little bridge here. So depending on how much rainfall there is, etc., this can be higher or lower, the water here. It's pretty steep. Yep, and then you gotta go uphill up in here. So you'd be kind of tired by this point in the hike with your gear. Gotta look for decrepit boards. Yeah, that's what I was thinking for the causeway. It's a little bridge. There's marshy, boggy area here. That's what a birch tree should look like, guys, when you don't pillage it. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I first saw this and it just really spoke to me. This is a higher effort site to get to though, but I think you're rewarded with it. So you can either go up these or you can go around here. Sometimes taking a step is difficult with the hammies being worked, with all the gear. Well, there's some birch right there just hanging. So we don't have a brand new bear box here. This is what they used to have. Yeah, and the hinges were coming off on the Backpack 5 last year. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, so this is the one I was saying where it kind of feels like you're on an island. Wow. Yeah, I love this site. I don't like where the latrine is, but I love this site. Wow, look at this. Perfect. Whew. This site definitely is on my list now. Seeing it again. Wow. 7's one of my favorite numbers too, as well. Wow, I absolutely love this site. You could tent over here as well. You get some options. Bit of a route here. I'd probably tent over there. But if you got 2 people, 2 tents, you can have one over there and one here. You can make it work. I like how they don't have a fancy bear locker out here. They really don't need it. I hope they keep this one here just like this. Yeah, I love this site. Wow. Every time I look at it, this is the second time now, it's just, you know, it jumps out at me. All right, buddy, maybe I'll see you one day. Let's hope so. That is a good one. That is a good one. It's one of the ones I don't want to stop looking at. I feel like I'm leaving it too soon. This little bridge. This is a really unique one. There's a cool rock back there too. That coffee's really kicking in, so I'm gonna have to do some end user testing here in this latrine. You're gonna have to earn your latrine use. Now I'm kind of pushing the limits here of holding it, so I'm gonna be rushing this here. So, but see you in a second. All right, so when I use this, I go in here and I notice this spring. It immediately, I'm wearing a pack on my back, and it pushed me towards it Now usually when you're using this, you probably wouldn't have a pack on your back, but that's how close these doors are to the latrines when you shut them. And for me, it's just kind of creepy to have any structure that's outside that close to you in the summertime, specifically because of like spiders and insects and stuff. But this one actually pushed me in. But all the latrines here are kind of like this. They'll push you. The door is really close. I do not like that at all. This one actually had an odor to it as well. So I'm thinking this is a relatively heavily used reserved site here. And it's one of the higher effort sites to get to. Yeah, this is an awesome site though. I'm really glad I got to see it again. I've accomplished a lot since I was last here, actually. It's possible people hiking on this trail will use that latrine as well, because there really aren't any vault toilets around here. There it is. Alright, so that's the first backpack campsite here in the southern portion of this park. After site 8, they start to get closer and closer together. Until you get to 13 and 12. But then 14 and 15 are near each other, and then 16 and 17 are near each other. And so are 9 and 10, 13 and 12, and then 11 is across from 13 and 12. So 11, 12, and 13, those are probably gonna be my least favorite. And I already seen what they look like a couple times before. And based on all the other sites I've seen so far, they're definitely on the low end of my personal decisions for reserving a site, because of they're kind of on a highly trafficked trail, right on the trail, and they're right near each other. So there's a lot of potential energy. If you're like really sensitive to sounds and you just kind of want to hear nature and animals and more than people. Oh, it's not even 11 yet. Well, so far I'd say I planned and prepared for this very well. It's going very efficiently. Said one jogger who was off camera, had the park staff that was pretty much off camera but drove past, and he had the boomer with the dog in the distance. But we're going to a more populated area for hiking. We are approaching midday. you're gonna camp at 7, the one we just came from, you're probably gonna be hiking in from this trail here. So this would also be your hike back. You can use other options, which you're probably aware of now at this point. This is probably the most ideal route though in parking, where we parked and then coming in here, this trail. That's probably the path I would take. And one day I maybe will take that. I'm kind of thinking maybe camping at 7 before I try to camp at 4 at this point. I think 7's at the top of the list at this point. That tree looked like some kind of structure, looked like a guillotine or something. Pareidolia. My Bearhead Lake State Park backpack campsite scout. I thought I saw a picnic table in the distance. I thought I was coming upon a backpack site, and I was just seeing things. It was crazy. And actually today I published my scout of the Lac Parle State Park Upper Campground. We check out all the campsites there. So that's actually been live for several hours. I should have like 2 or 3 views at this point. Get up to like 50 views over a month, and then it'll die off and just sit there for forever. It doesn't have any boobs in the thumbnail or anything like that. All right. We said we were at right here. So when we broke off from the trail center this way, we could have gone this way, and that would bring us out here. That's probably the path you'd want to take to go to backpack 7. So we'll leave this a mystery here. It's not that far. Good to have some mystery. So now from 8 we are off, or from 7 we are off to 8 right here. So from O intersection, which is where we are now, we're off to 8. Bait. B8 bait. I stayed at B8 at wow, I can't even think of the name now. It was the Beatrice Lake Campground. I can't think of the name of the park. I'm getting tired. Yeah, but the Lake Beatrice Campground, I have a scout of that campground as well. Camped there last year. Yeah, McCarthy Beach State Park, that's it. They got 2 campgrounds there, and the Beatrice Lake Campground is further pushed out from the main park. It's kind of near a forest. I forget the state forest specifically, but I got a scout video of both of their campgrounds that shows you around there pretty well. I would recommend the Beatrice Lake Campground. However, there is no cell service there. And that park is relatively close to Scenic State Park as well, which is just further west of there. we got some mild precipitation hitting the leaves here. Yep, I see it a little. Yeah, we're going back to my camp at Jay Cook State Park next month, early next month, from the date of this body cam. If I'm not able to scout one of the backpack sites there, because they'll probably be reserved, I'm probably just going to go on a hike there, which would be a long overdue. Usually when I go there to camp, and it's in the winter, and I get there and it's already dark, you know. So okay, here we are. So this is backpack site number 8 at Lake Moriah State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Bait B8. A little bit of a downhill here. There's the latrine up there. One thing I like about the latrines here is they have a structure around them. You know, the door's a little close to your back. And this state park is pretty close to the cities, and it seems to be very popular. So the latrines are usually, they can often have a really bad odor to them. Oh wow, this site looks amazing. Latrine's a little far away, and people were pillaging the birch bark around here. So this is one that has the brand new bear locker. Wow, some bushcrafting going on here. It's high level, guys. Good job. Thinking it was a cold night, they wanted to get close to the fire. Thinking it was more than one person. Didn't want to move the picnic table. Sometimes it's best to just leave it where it is, right? I usually do. Wherever the picnic table is, that is my fate. That is where it is. You check the footage of these videos and you can check the camper sites later on in time. The picnic table is almost always moved in some way. So here's where the tent will go. Little bit of roots going on here, but if you got a tent like mine, you can make this work. Widowmaker action. So I definitely prefer 7, but you're really close to Lake Moriah. There she is, Lake Moriah. Right there. Lake Moriah in Monticello, Minnesota. Pay no attention to the pillaged birch bark. there either. So for me personally, this site really isn't screaming out to me. But I would still say this is an awesome site. There's a bit of a slant here. Kind of flatter in here, but still a mild slant. It's pretty flat in that area though, where the tent would go probably. Could probably tent here, a little flat here. Maybe right there by the fire pit. On a cold winter one, if it wasn't too windy. Close to this bear box, but I wouldn't have anything in it that would attract anything, so it wouldn't matter for me. I might even put a tent right here actually. Position it this way, my head here. That way I can kind of see the fire pit and see Lake Mariah all in one. Boom. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. It's a bit of an uphill here. Again, going uphill leaving is better than going uphill entering. Wow. So red-winged blackbird and pileated woodpecker. Pileated woodpecker is one of my favorite color schemes, which is red, white, and black. I don't think I've encountered a red-winged blackbird though. I've encountered the great American redstart, which used to be one of my favorite birds till the black-capped chickadee stole my heart. But the American redstart I encountered at Fort Ridgely State Park, which I think is the 4th state park established in Minnesota. Number 4 after Minneapa. I'm not sure where Lake Mariah is on that list right now, but it was as I mentioned a long time ago at the very beginning of this video, it was established in 1963. That was a while ago. Standard. I really like these door holders, door keepers. So that app I was using is the Merlin Bird ID, and if you have cell service and a phone, and it's able to install that app, I'd encourage you to have it here, because there's a lot of opportunity to identify birds, as we just witnessed at this state park. There are some birds rarer than others that pass through here. Migratory paths. So you might stumble on one. You might identify one that isn't even really here all the time. I guess that's true for a reasonable amount of birds. So this path has 2 hills, but they go down the whole, each one goes down on the way in. All right, not too bad. And again, if you were to camp here, you'd probably be coming in from this trail, more than likely. I would recommend that. You park where we did and then come down this trail. All right, so now we're gonna hit a litany of sites, all within the same vicinity. So our goal on average was to within 20 minutes from one site to the next. So we're kind of at the point in the scout now where all these sites are going to be a lot closer. So we've already been on par for that average. We've actually been beating that from what I can gauge, even though it's not 100% accurate based on how I was able to track it and forgetting all the time. Still, we were probably averaging 12 minutes from one site to the next. Maybe 15. So next site, we're gonna hit this major intersection by the boat launch. And this is kind of a bigger hub area where you'd probably see a lot of traffic with hikers and backpackers. So we're gonna take a left at the intersection and we're still gonna hit these sites in numerical order. But after site 12 and 13, we're gonna turn back, backtrack and go back to this intersection and then continue straight past the boat launch. Here we are. Right here, T. Lake Mariah. We're probably about 70% complete at this point. So now we're heading back towards the trail center in that direction. And once we check out these sites in here, we're gonna backtrack this way, come out here and take a left and go that way, or head south. Still got good service here. This is the part of the park where you start to pick up Maple Lake as the city. It's been a while since I've been here. Okay, so we're gonna hit them numerically heading this way. So we start with 9 here. All right, this is backpack site number 9 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. So this one brings you right here. Well, the train's up that way. They may stock firewood here. The tent would probably go there, ideally. Maybe here. Now all this is going to be filled in the warmer months, so you're not going to be able to see Lake Maria at all from here, which is true for the majority of all the campsites here. Maybe only 4 of them where you can see Lake Maria from the campsite total. It's one of the moments where it's kind of raining a little but the sun's out. That qualifies as magical. So this isn't one of my favorite sites, but I am having a magical moment here. Obviously warming up. Okay, let's check out the latrine. Some courtesy birch bark there. Hopefully they didn't harvest it here. Oftentimes firewood that you buy in bundles will be birch firewood, and there'll be birch on it, the bark. All right, so one of my first hikes here, which is one of my first hikes of all time, 2022, I'm pretty sure I use this latrine here, and if this is the one, which I think it is, it's kind of a big deal for me because it was the first latrine slash vault toilet I had ever used. And I had a lot of trepidation with using vault toilets, even public restrooms for that matter. So to use this one, pretty awesome. So this might seem weird, but it's good to see you again, buddy. So it is raining ice, actually, which is even more magical. It's literally ice raining down. I've never seen that before. Like, the shape of it. Maybe it's just falling off the branches. I don't know. Seems like an ice storm. Whoops. Another thing I don't like about this style latrine is that there's no handle on top of here to gently drop it. You have to put your thumb or your finger underneath this rim, and that of course touches the the sensitive area, which would touch other things that you don't want to touch. So that I don't like that about this style. If they had a little courtesy handle here or even on the sides, with this company, Karsten's Industries in Melrose, Minnesota. If you know them or if you work for them, can you guys put some kind of like a handle on it as a courtesy? Maybe some kind of rubber lining to mitigate the sound, the noise. It's causing ear damage, literally. Okay. And that's annoying too. And everything I just called out is important because these two campsites share this latrine. So if you're at either or of these sites, you're gonna be hearing that. I'll try to make sure I don't get too dark and steer back into positivity here. Wow, that ice is insane, huh? Okay. I just want to see what site this is over here. So this is site 10. So we're going to go from 9 to 10 through the back door for practicality reasons. So this one, you're actually plain view here. So people using 9, that would be extraordinarily annoying. I'm not sure what this is about here. Is this some kind of bushcrafted table as a courtesy for chopping wood? I'm not sure what that is. Somebody probably brought these in to see how well they burn. They probably got them from pallet footing from a warehouse or something. Probably a lot of glue in those. If you got a good fire roaring though, you throw those in, they'll just add to the fuel essentially. So they're good in my opinion. There's another one over here. I don't know why that's over there, it's weird. Maybe put a tent in here. I look up for widowmakers, I might get precipitation in the lens. So this site is too close to a shared latrine. In my opinion. Okay, so this is site 10. This right here. It says backpack site number 10 at Lake Moriah State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. And this is a hill here going down, so you're going down when you leave, which means you're going up when you enter. And you would know by now that's not my favorite. But when you leave, it'll just make things easier when you leave, because you have less gear ideally, and you're starting out going downhill. So we hit that one through the back door. Okay, that's those two. So it's here we might start encountering people hiking. There's a higher probability the further this way we get to where we parked, we're heading in that direction. There's 3 more sites over here kind of clumped together. A little bit of an ice storm there, I didn't expect that. I'm about 190, I'm 100% sure that's the first latrine I ever used at this point. There was another one I heard, a screeching one. May have been a hawk or an eagle. Blue jays are really common, which is a good thing. So now it's kind of rain now, really thick drops. These little glacial puddles, some marshy areas. There might be some of them endangered turtles in some of these. There we go, some right here. I remember these ones being right next to each other. So I'm gonna go numerical order. So we're gonna go all the way down to 11 first, so we're gonna walk past these here. I think all three of these over here share this same latrine. Pretty sure these two do for sure. 12 and 13, which you'll see in a moment here. After we check out 11 over here. I don't see why they would put in another latrine over in 11 though. So it's probably shared by 3 sites. And it's on a well-trafficked trail, so that latrine probably sees substantial use, which means it has a horrific odor to it, more than likely. Alright, this is backpack site number 11 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. So we were coming from that parking area, that trail this way would come in right here. This is as far as we're going to go today on this trail, but this leads to an intersection. When we finish scouting the other sites on the other end, we'll connect up to it, and I'll point this way and show you this direction. What a small portion of that trail will be a mystery for you. So I do like this one. First impressions. Oh, you're just surrounded by the woodlands. And you do have your own courtesy path here to the latrine. And it's a decent distance away. So out of all the sites that we're going to see over here, the cluster of sites, this is going to be my favorite one. We'll exit here and check out the latrine, and then we'll check out the other sites over there. So we're going to exit this site through the back door, per se. I don't know if that was a creature or an idiot with a machete. Yeah, we still got a little bit of ice falling. It's really cool. I didn't expect that. This is a fair distance from the trail. It's nice and open, well, big, not really open, but it's really good shade. And the internal portion is open. There's a lot of room in here, a lot of space, a lot of volume. I didn't think I was going to like any of these sites over in this area. This one is not bad at all. I'd probably, if I were to do it, I'd want to do it in a time of year when, kind of like around this time of year, you know, when there's a lower probability of population here, because I prefer it more quiet. I live in the city, I work in the city. I got more than enough of that. But if I was out here too long, I'd probably desperately crave the city life. Well, it just comes down to balance. Yeah, not bad at all. This is a good one. And I like how you don't have to go across the trail here to get to the latrine. You got your own little route from this site directly, and it's far enough away to where it really wouldn't be that annoying. Although the lid slamming and the door slamming and the door spring, if this one has a door spring connected, those three things would get pretty annoying after a while if those two other sites were populated and if it's a busy day and there's a lot of traffic on this trail. Alright, same deal, not bad. This one does not have a door stop. Does have a spring, it's not too loud. The door will slam, the lid will, I guarantee you the lid will slam on the toilet seat. And these latrine, these models have some of the loudest, painfully loud seat slamming, because there's a lot of weight on them as well. They just land so hard. There's nothing to really break up the impact. Alright, so here we go with this one. This is backpack site number 12 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. This is actually a little further away from the neighboring site than I remembered. Yeah, in my memory, they're like right on each other, so that's good. These are spaced out a little more than I remembered. And it's pretty close to that site though. I don't see any creepy paths to and from that site though, so that's good. Got the awesome big woods back here. Clear view of the trail if you like to people watch. Clear view of the latrine. Sometimes it's good to keep your finger on the pulse of the traffic. All right, not too bad. A little bit of forestry action needed here. Got that sun picked a good moment to shine. That's pretty cool. Do hear a jet engine, high altitude. Oh, there's a little home in here. Wow, that'd be the perfect little home for a little critter. Oh, off to the next door neighbor. This is backpack site number 13 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. Now we got thick droplets of rain now. It's kind of toggling between ice and rain. Probably gonna have to start wiping the lens more. You know, here you could actually put a tarp up. I see this sometimes at campsites. The picnic table between two trees where it's practical to put a tarp up over it, and that will give you cover, provide cover for moments like this specifically. There's a lot of precipitation. Make sure you use the right straps though. Be kind to the trees. Something in here. NASA Artemis suit. A NASA Artemis suit. So some kind of pin that shows their boots. Right. One of the biggest lies there is in existence in current society. Them knuckleheads. You can see the other site right over here. There's not really a defined trail between, so that's good, but you are terrifyingly close. So they actually called this a tough box. There's a picture of a cube, which is a three-dimensional representation of a four-dimensional object, i.e. a tesseract. All right, it's not too bad. Not too bad. That's kind of the cherry on top for this side here, the hallmark. If you do that, if you tie up a tarp over the picnic table, that's not something I've done. However, it's something I kind of need to make the time to learn how to do. There are some situations where it would make things a little more enjoyable. Right now I just crawl in the tent and just hunker down, which is pretty awesome actually. That's if it rains specifically. Alright, so those are all the backpack sites in this cluster, and these are probably the closest, easiest accessible sites from the parking area as well. So further down here is an intersection. as I mentioned earlier, from here over this way to here. So we're going to meet up here later. We're going to backtrack, we're going to check out 14 and 15, and then 16, 17, and then go around, and then up here, and then we'll hit that intersection. I'll call it out, and I'll point from the other way, this way, to call it out. And then we'll make our way back to the parking area, and then I'll show the ride out of here, and we'll put a bow on it. I'm at just over 7 miles of hiking. And again, I can usually do 10 miles very practically. Even in deep snow, I've kind of proven with my gear 10 miles is practical, usually no matter what. So I haven't been in like severe rainstorms or anything like that. Just mild weather. And then after 10 miles, that's when it's kind of start getting in the difficult zone as far as the body goes. You get the blisters forming, you get the joint pain. My joint pain in my pelvis ball joint is, the left ball joint is kind of going away though. It's really cool. Reminds me a little of Mille Lacs Cathio State Park. This scene right here. And I did a scout of those backpack sites this year. That was my first scout of this year. And that went extraordinarily well. So I mean, it might turn out something happened with the footage. I don't think so though. I did my superficial review of it when I imported it. So when I get to editing it, it should be pretty good. And I should be caught up with 2025 before this month is over. So I might start being able to, and then I'm going to launch those videos. So maybe towards the end of May, I'll be able to start publishing the 2026 stuff. I'm thinking that truck we saw earlier was that boomer with that dog. So cross my fingers, site 17 should be clear, but we will see soon. We are far ahead of schedule, probably almost an hour and a half as far as when I would start being concerned with people arriving early for their reservations. It's going to be site 13, which we just took a look at, 17, site 10, which we took a look at, and site 1 and site 6. So the only one that's reserved that we haven't took a look at yet is site 17. So I'm feeling really good. We already have some footage of that anyways. So if I can polish this scout off looking at every single site in the same day, camper cabins and group camps included, that's a pretty big achievement from a scouting perspective. Given the popularity of this park and how it's usually very populated, but it is a Good Friday, so I took advantage of that. This is Lake Mariah. I'm gonna do a higher quality here. Oh, there's an airplane. There's a jet engine. We'll just wait a second. Sure, 90% of the people on that flight don't need to take it. It's just affordable, unfortunately, for them, so they do it. Which means the quality of service is extraordinarily low. Which is sad that that is accepted. All right, here we go. I identified a couple of those bird sounds there. I just heard a crashing in the distance. It's either white-tailed deer, park staff, or hikers. Alright, this is the final sights here for this scout mission. Now this next site is really special to me because this is the first campsite that I camped at here, and that was on Halloween of 2022. And this site shares a latrine with its neighbor site. And this latrine went down as having one of the most horrific odors I've ever encountered at any vault toilet or latrine ever. It was absolutely horrific. And here we are. The fabled Backpack site number 14 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. If I were to guess, this is probably the most popular site people would be tempted to reserve just based on looking at the layout of the map when you're reserving. So we have a shared latrine right here. We'll check that out in a minute. Fingers crossed I don't pass out. So this probably has the most awesome view of Lake Maria. You're pretty much right on Lake Maria. Wow. Yeah, I showed up here on Halloween and there's a bundle of wood just waiting for me. That was a super cool moment. Wow, it's so good to be back here. It's kind of surreal, it gives me chills. So I had my tent over here. This looks like a new bear locker. Looks like you can tent here, obviously. And you can tent over there. That seems like a prime location for tenting. Yeah, I was right here. I was working. I had a little wood burning stove in addition to this fire pit. I was kind of practicing with it. And I was actually going to use that because I had a little amount of wood that I brought, but that bundle of firewood was here. That was so cool. So I got to leverage this fire pit. We're looking up here. Picnic table's right here. I was looking up here at the moon. This was one of my earlier camp trips, so I was scared I was going to encounter a witch or something. You can go down here a little bit and touch Lake Maria. And when I got here, I actually stashed my gear over here, down in here. Yep. I was gonna do it here, but I changed my mind. And I went down here and I stashed it back here. Yeah, right back here. And I went for a hike and I checked out the sites 16 and 17 that we're gonna look at in a second here. I did a breaking camp picture. I had the rucksack on the picnic table, ready to head out. I hear a vehicle. That's going to be the park staff. Sounds like they're coming from site 17, so they're probably making sure it was good to go for the reservation. I'm gonna hug the brush a little. Parks there. That is really awesome tree right here. It's a really big one back here. And park staff vehicles are ridiculously loud. It's probably the sound I heard earlier. I called up before we were over here. That crashing sound. Yeah, so I would highly recommend this site, backpack site number 14. It's a pretty cool one. I forgot to do my moment of namaste with the sign. I only got 2 sites left. I'm gonna do it. Okay. And since we're here, we'll just enter 15 from the front door. Then we'll check out the latrine. Alright, so the park staff seems to have cleared those sites over there, so we should be good to go unless one of them is inhabited, which is fairly unlikely. Alright, this is backpack site number 15 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. This is kind of a cozy private site. Pretty uphill here. I think this is my third time being here. Yeah. You probably can't really go out here when everything grows in. Even now you probably wouldn't want to. But you can see it's nice and open here. You got a decent view of Lake Maria. Those trees will fill in a little bit. You're a good distance away from the site we were just at, site 14. We have good cell signal here. There's an interesting trail back here, which might just be a relative trail. I was thinking this might be a tent area, but it's definitely not. So tenting in there would probably be ideal. Or right here. Anywhere along here, really. Yeah, not bad at all. Now, this isn't a site that's really on my docket. However, it's kind of a back pocket site. Never know. Might be the right series of events, might be the right circumstance. Other sites might be booked when I'm able to get out here. This site would definitely work. For me, personally, this would definitely work. A little bit of a walk to the latrine, and again, this is a shared latrine. All right, drum roll. Open. It doesn't smell horrific. All right. This is the worst smelling latrine I've ever encountered in my life. I always kind of reckoned it was some kind of, the odor was like a tumorous kidney was passed, and it was sitting in there festering for like 2 weeks. It was absolutely horrid. But today it seems I'm not really getting that horrific odor. So maybe there was an animal carcass that was in there at that time. Yeah, just a fun fact. I've talked about that in the past several times, so that's it. That is the latrine. Right there. That is the latrine. The worst smelling latrine I've ever encountered. Which seems to have recovered. All right. I'd say those sites are probably popular given their position on the reservation map. That looks like a horse. It's kind of irritating, like the horse trail thing. You just see these massive piles like directly in the middle. Okay, so we are off to right at noon. We are doing good. We'll get back to the vehicle by 3, so we're gonna absolutely obliterate that goal. It's about a maybe a 0.3 mile hike to the next 2 sites, which are pretty close to each other. Yeah, I hiked on this trail here on Halloween before I set up my camp. I was losing daylight, so I couldn't really go far, but I was still able to look at these sites down here. After the Halloween Backpack Site 14 camp trip, the next trip I had here was almost half a year later at Backpack Site number 6. And then about a year later was Backpack Site 17, which is the one we're about to see soon. And then about a year after that was Backpack Site number 5. And that was probably definitely my favorite one, Backpack Site number 5. Just the whole experience and the site itself. Even though 14 is awesome, Backpack Site 5 is just, I really like it. But when I was here for 14, I was all by myself. There was no one here. It was the perfect situation to camp at that site. Man, there was nobody at 15, and there was no boating activity at the boat launch. So here we're getting closer to this road down here. That road is 39. Oh, we only got 2 sites to go. That's outstanding. I've just periodically I've been revisiting the practicality of scouting here, and several times I just had to say, oh, it just won't work, it won't work. But now I was finally able to weasel it in. I've been wanting to do this for a while, scout these sites here, all of them in one day. There's some foot traffic. So this trail here, I wouldn't recommend you take this trail to get to these sites if you're backpacking here. I'd recommend you take another trail that we're gonna go back on, and I'll show you that. So this trail that we've been on since the boat launch, for the backpack sites are concerned, take it up to site 15, but then don't take it up to 16, because the other trail is more practical in my opinion. However, it is a bit of a thin line, so it's still really practical to travel this way as well. There's 16 and 17. More so for 16 because the front door for it is going to be right here. For 17 though, you got to go around a point in the trail, an intersection. So for 17 for sure, you're going to want to take that back trail in my opinion. And you go through this really cool, what I call like a miniature meadow. I can't wait to show you that. Probably won't look as magical this time of year. It's still cool. All right, here we are. And this trail continues straight to a little peak, not too far, and then it goes left. I think you can go straight too, but let me check the map. Yeah, it's the V as in Victor intersection up there. And you can go down this trail here, and that goes around the southeastern part of the park. Right in here. Which I have yet to check that out. So one day maybe I will. As for now, we're gonna check out backpack sites 16 and 17 and then head back on this trail here that I was just talking about. And we're gonna go in through 16 and then we're gonna exit, see the latrine in the back, and go in through the back door on 17. These share a latrine. This is backpack site number 16 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. It's pretty close here to the trail. There's a bit of an uphill. And I've seen this site a couple times before. And it's a good site. It's just close to 17, so that's the big risk. Like in a tent right there, and here, probably not back there, a little slanty and probably rooty. Latrines back there, obviously. You get a good idea of where the trail is. Everything not being grown in yet. So it's okay distance from the trail. It's okay. Got the new bear locker. Wonder what they were doing here, just practicing, or I don't know why they didn't just finish it off, make little chunks. You might be able to tent in here. A little slanty. All right, now we're gonna exit site 16 through the back door here towards the latrine. Now this is the latrine where there was like a beehive in it, and a bee tried to sting me on top of my head, but the do-rag mitigated the stinger, so it only went through partially. Oh wow. Oh man. And this thing was totally full with garbage when I was here. See, it's got evidence of dereliction here. Something about when we visit these latrines I've been at before. Starts ice storming. See, so this has a different, it has the vault toilet style toilet, but you can just see. And you got like these snarky little visuals, these little graphics, these drawings. So something about this vault toilet, and they clean this out, but you can see someone just threw something else in there right away. So there's something about this latrine, something about it, or just people are just encouraged, some kind of energy around here that's encouraging idiots to do idiotic things. Something about it. So plug your ears. That was loud. You got a courtesy hook here for your toilet paper, which I really like that. It's actually a screw. It looks like a drywall screw. Loud spring. You can lock it from within. Very loud slam. Most people, when they shut doors, they don't ensure that they do it like this. They just let it go, like a lot of things in their life. So that's the latrine here, the infamous latrine. I don't see any beehives. Yeah, that was insane. I'm not gonna touch that because I don't trust the hands that touched it before it fell. This is probably the most dangerous latrine I've ever used. I've talked about that before a couple times. But now we're in the final site. So we are a success. No reservations encountered early. We are a success. That is rewarding. This is a really nice path to the latrine from here. This is backpack site number 17 at Lake Maria State Park in Monticello, Minnesota. And it is good to be back here. So when I came to this site, I rucked in. A little bit of a... This might have been like this when I was here. It looks okay. Picnic table was over here. The entry point, the front door is there. So I rucked in, I stashed my gear right here in front of this, all around the tree. I set up my tent over here. And then it started raining, so I had to hunker down in my tent for like 4 or 5 hours. There was some forestry action here actually. So there was some tree falling here. That's sad. Yeah, that's annoying. This makes it more open than it was when I was here, which I don't like that. Anyways, my tent was here. I was hunkering down in the tent, and I think it was a mouse or a vole just scurried up in the inner part of my tent while I was laying down. So I had to kind of scare it away. And I came outside here and I took some pepper spray and I squirted the ground here to try to deter whatever it was from coming back. And then I was some of the fumes got into my tent, so I was kind of choking a little bit, so I was pretty knuckleheaded. The new bear locker, which seems to be the standard here everywhere except 7. This can be kind of a creepier, more lonely site, even though you have close neighbors. But if you're by yourself here, it gets a little creepy at night, just from experience. So it looks like it's more open, so you might be able to see the sky better, the stars. There's no clouds. But yeah, I would recommend this site. I had a good camp trip here. Well, it's good to see you again, buddy. Take care. Age well. I forgot to say that at site 14. That's going to bother me. Probably just goes without saying on that one. That was the first one. And here's the entry point. So as I called out earlier, the trail that we were on would point up here and then head this way. And it's not far down there at all. So I'll just leave that a mystery. And then we're gonna head back this way. And this is the trail I would recommend you take to hike into this site. And possibly 16 as well. But you just go around this way for 16. Or you take the other trail, which is what you'd take for the most of the sites that we just saw. That main middle trail. So this trail and the one that we were on up to these sites is the Bjorkland Trail. So up here we're going to encounter that magical miniature meadow. And it should have a summer season picture of it, which is when it looked very, very beautiful. It still does in a drab way. And so right in here I kind of labeled this the miniature magical meadow. A mini meadow. And so we are kind of by that road like I called out earlier, so you're gonna hear more vehicle sounds at these campsites over here on the end. These are the furthest southern campsites at this state park. I'd say the hike back is about 1.5 miles from here. Something about this little meadow, it's magical. Yeah, so this is one of my favorite state parks. I'd say my stomping ground is probably Afton State Park, but this would probably be a close second, if not tied, as far as my stomping ground where I kind of got things going, started doing this stuff. And I got 4 camp trips in the bag on this at this state park. So one more would be a 5th. And once I start getting to 5 and 6, that's when I try to start laying off the park. So I think I want to do Site 7 here in the future. This trail goes off to where the southeastern part of the park that I have never ventured to yet. I kind of want to check out. Well, V is in Victor up to Y. And you continue along that way farther out, up back towards where we parked. So the southeastern part of the park. I want to check that hike out one day. So now we're going to head from W up the Bjorkland Trail to where we parked. And this is the trail I would recommend you take to get to backpack site 17 for sure, and probably 16 as well. It's good to be here again. Last time I was here, I was rucking out probably 65 pounds of gear, maybe a little more. I don't think so though. I think I had it all in the rucksack. I wasn't having to hold anything. Usually that's only in winter when I gotta hold things, although that's going to change soon because I put together a pulk or a sled. So in the next winter season I might be able to start testing that out and getting better with it. And that'll be a bit of a game changer from a winter camping perspective for me. This is just a really awesome trail to hike here. It's Bjorkland Trail. So I'm at just over 8 miles. So this is actually a little shorter than I was thinking. It's about 2 miles less than I was thinking it would be overall. We're about a little over 5 hours in, it looks like. So yeah, if this helped you out at all, let me know. I'd appreciate it. If you have any experiences here at any of the sites, maybe let everyone know about it and do a timestamp of a certain area where you were. We can reference the visual. Always see what you said. I got yesterday I picked up a really big pizza from Pizza Man, and I got 2 of the Reese's peanut butter cookies that they got there. So I saved them, and one of them I'm gonna have after this scout when I get back in the vehicle. That's pretty awesome. I'll reheat some of that pizza when I get home, and then back up all this footage, and then probably do my taxes or something. It's getting close to that time. I don't have any hot spots under my feet. My left leg is getting a little smoked. I had a pelvis ball joint, that hip area. I'm not even sure what it is. You can really hear the traffic from here in the distance. The wind current is picking up, but I am moving a little slower now that we got everything in the bag. This was just an unmitigated success. Every scout this year has been that. Got to get a really good look at everything we wanted to look at for the different campsites and the different parks. So I got my Lax Catio. I did a little bit of the Afton State Park, the yurts, group camps, and some of the camper cabins. Took a look at those a little bit. They were pretty populated though. And then the William O'Brien State Park, Riverway Campground, Riverside Group Camp near there. And then the Savannah Campground. Pretty much every single site. There's just one group camp by the Savannah Campground and some walk-in sites that we didn't go to. But I think I got those covered in a hike video that I did in 2024, fall of 2024, hike at William O'Brien State Park. Kind of towards the beginning part of that hike. We meander through that area where the group camp and the walk-in sites are. I think they refer to them as walk-in sites. And kind of passing through them and looking at them, I wasn't really a big fan of them. There really isn't any campsites at William O'Brien State Park that I'm a fan of, really. There's just a lot of close quarters, and a lot of people are camping there too, so you usually have a lot of people sounds, and everyone's so close also. It's just kind of brutal there. Okay, so this is that intersection. I get these in here too. So here's that intersection where we're coming from the parking lot here. You would head this way for sites. It says B8 through B15. And then this way for B16 to B17. And this is a hiking trail that goes over to the southeastern portion of the park. Kind of connects up with other trails there. This is the U intersection. Right here. We're just gonna head back this way. Right to the parking area.
You looking for the parking lot, sir?
No, I know where it is.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So when I camped here on Halloween, it was right at this intersection where I was turning to go this way with my rucksack, and there was this girl walking her dog, and she looked at me, and she just had a normal smile on her face, but when she made eye contact with me, like this blanket of fear and trepidation just covered her face, and she turned away and just started. It was insane. It was like she saw her, I don't know what, her kidnapper, serial killer torment. It was kind of brutal actually to witness that. But that was on Halloween, so that was a good day for that, to experience that. But you notice, like, as with that encounter just there, and the one with the guy that just walked by, and the one I just described. In addition to that, when I was hiking back from backpack site 17, when I camped there, I was heading right in this vicinity. A guy was walking past me, and I think he was with his family, and he made a comment to me, and it just annoyed me so much. It just really annoyed me. So there's something about this area here, and that guy down there, he's interested and he's checking me out. So something about this area here, the energy here. I don't really look like I'm someone who's looking for a parking lot, but that's all right. We got through this whole scout without any interruptions or anything, so that's pretty awesome, especially at this state park. Yep, so we're just gonna do the hike back. We're gonna pop in the vehicle, and I'm going to probably take a couple minutes to polish off that cookie and have a couple sips of the coffee, and then we'll show the head out of here and then put a bow on it. The last remnant of the big woods. I should go set up the camera down on a tree and then show myself walking past it. That's a real popular approach. A lot of people like to do that. They'll set up a camera somewhere and then they'll walk past it as a form of like B-roll. Guess it is more engaging. Gives a better viewer experience, I guess. Well, another thing that happened further down this trail, when we get by the the parking area. The day before I told you about that guy that said something annoying to me when I was hiking back from Site 17. When I was hiking to it, I was rucking the wood back, and I actually had to cut this out of the footage on my video where I'm rucking the wood. There's this lady, just the classic middle-aged, like white 60-something liberal lady with like 3 dogs. Like, you just see it everywhere in Minnesota. It's such a cliche, non-diverse archetype. If I could get a little dark for a moment. But yeah, when I was walking by the parking area, she was walking by me with her herd of vicious creatures. And I'm just minding my own business. I'm trying to stay calm, keep a calm energy. And they just immediately, just viciously were snarling and barking. She could barely hold them back. And they're just expressing her energy. It's just so pathetic and sad whenever you have to experience something like that. And you'll experience that in state parks a reasonable amount of times. So that's another moment I encountered on this particular trail. I'm just trying to mind my own business, but like the social aspects of city life are just kind of drilling me. It's like, just please, just. So it's raining ice again. So how does that form in the sky and then fall down? So that's what's coming out of the sky now. And personally, I think that's magical. These really weird shapes, though, of ice coming out of the sky. Maybe they're just being loosened from the branches. I don't know, though. I don't know. That's kind of interesting. So we're supposed to get some precipitation tonight. I'm just gonna go home and hunker down. I got about a little over an hour trip from here, so I should be golden. Okay. All right, so S as in Sierra. We're right here. We're gonna make our way back towards the parking area, so we can kind of go either way here, but I'm gonna go this way, which is the way I took for Site 17. I got a lot of I might be paranoid, but I got a lot of creepy vibes from that guy. He had a weird demeanor. He might have that white vehicle up there, or that little one. Oftentimes I see a big guy in a little vehicle. Weird chunks of ice. Really weird. Well, I got an appointment with an ophthalmologist in a few days. So I'm gonna see what's going on with the floaters. They're pretty aggressive and they're pretty insane. So I just kind of want to get a real educated opinion on someone who knows what they're talking about, knows how to use the right equipment to figure it out, kind of lay it out dry for me. This is where I encounter those vicious dogs and that cliche archetype that permeates this state, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm going to see what's going on with them, and for better or for worse, I'll be able to plan better for the future. We'll see. Alright, so we are entering the parking area here. Yeah, thanks for your time. Now, hopefully I kept you company, you know. Hopefully you learned something or something like that.
Another fun fact, just right here, this is the first place I ever parked. First time I came to this state park. Like 2022 or something like that. So then you exit this parking area back here. It's like the horse group camp, or the horse camp areas. We just passed it to our right. So for that hike altogether, the whole scout did about 8.7 miles, which is about 2 miles less than I was thinking it would be. That's not bad. Looks like they got some precipitation forecasted here for the next hour or so. It's a little earlier than what was predicted yesterday. I was just checking to see if that barricade was still up. It is. Alright, so we're officially going to head out. This was a really awesome scout. Thanks for taking a look. I hope this helped. If it did, please let me know. I would really appreciate it. Oh, also, this state park, it also manages the Ann Lake campground in the Sand Dunes State Forest in Big Lake, Minnesota, which is really close to here. I'd say maybe 20, 30 miles from here. It's really close. Might be closer. So I have a scout of that campground as well, the Ann Lake campground. That's in the State Forest, the Sand Dunes State Forest. I recommend you check that out. It's a pretty good one. But I hope this scout helped you with these sites here at Lake Maria State Park. Thanks for taking a look. Take care.